I'm good. Yeah, okay.
All
Yay.
right.
Yes, and now we all partake in the rolling of this.
So
Nice.
last time in What Happens in Wildemount, you beat an inventor that was also an asshole, and not really an inventor because he just stole inventions, primarily through excellent use of heat metal on the Port of Sorrellis.
Yeah.
Um,
Very good.
Heavy metal.
you also
This is the joy of preparing spells class. Oh, maybe I'll just take this. Oh, it's actually useful.
Hey!
also killed his Duragar friend, but his drow, not really friend,
Acquaintance?
Acquaintance.
employee, I don't know.
Business partner, kind of.
Quite liked Westcott
Paragon.
and really didn't like his employer. So
Eat the rich.
they came to an agreement that he would just tell his den that had sent him here that his employer died in an unfortunate engineering accident, and that was that. He told you how to get out without having to cross the shark trap
Hey,
again,
Fun Freaks, how you doing?
and you
Shark
went
trap.
back.
Hoo-ha-ha.
Yeah.
You
Can't
all
believe
went
we
back to Hupperduke after Esri learned how to pilot a mech and parked it in front of a door to the Underdark. You went back to Hupperduke, got paid, as you do, and went back to the Blushing Tankard to chat and decide what you wanted to do next. Guild and Westcott may be having fun times in their room.
You don't know.
But
You don't know.
That does not sound right.
It's not supposed to.
Yeah, no,
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
it sounds
That's their
exactly
entire
correct. In fact,
It sounds exactly like what happened.
Yeah.
but you slept or didn't, depending
Westcott
on
knows
your
silence.
choices.
You don't have to hear anything.
And you wake up in the morning. What do you want to do?
I want
Prepare
food.
my spells.
Also prepare my spells.
Yeah, that too.
That is important.
I don't know.
Polish my
Ooh.
swords.
Esri is also going
Still
to,
preparing spells. I'm like, well, I gotta do something.
first thing, like, she realizes she can do something now and takes out a piece of parchment, sits on her side table, takes out Grim, starts flipping pages, summons her quill, and then goes to the hold person page, kind of seems to pull the text off of the page for a second, and dips it onto the scroll, or dips it onto the parchment and creates a scroll from it at third level casting, because I think I can, yeah, it counts as a level above for that scroll for the day.
Okay. Whoever is rooming with Esri sees her do something real strange with scrolls and parchment.
Scribing
It's
shit!
probably Fleur, isn't it? Because
Yeah,
the only
Yeah, I think
girls.
so.
probably
Fleur.
Fleur.
I was like, so yeah, Fleur's
Yeah.
probably just
Cyrillus
like,
Well,
is a
those
girl.
Cyrillus,
Yeah.
but
Fleur's watching and suddenly is just like,
I sort of assume Cyrillus is like
"Whoa."
camped out in the stables with Daisy again because she seemed
Yeah.
doing like that.
or Sterling, whoever.
If no one stops her, probably.
Yeah, if that's
Sterling and Strillis and Daisy having a party in the barn.
I like how, for whatever reason, D&D Beyond, I have third level spell slots. The D&D Beyond will not let me prepare third level spells because
Weird.
I'm not at a point. I'm not high enough level in those classes.
You can upcast a second level spell because you have a third level spell slot, but you can't cast a third level spell.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's like that is a weird thing about combining caster classes that have spell casting.
So, yeah, because the slots you get based on your combined level,
Mhm.
but the spells you get based on the actual level
Yeah.
of that class.
Doesn't really impact Wiria because warlocks don't have
Yeah,
the
warlock spells
spellcasting
are
ability.
totally different.
But yeah.
That's annoying.
Yeah, you just have to remember that you can cast a spell, I guess.
I mean, it always shows me that. So.
So Guild
Gesundheit.
Guild heads downstairs for breakfast. Guild, you get downstairs. Tavern's mostly empty. It's late enough in the morning that most folks have gone to work. There are a couple scattered gnomes sitting at tables, drinking what looks like a thick, sludgy coffee. It's kind of unpleasant looking, honestly. But
I'm gonna wander over to the counter and drop a couple gold and just let him know we'll probably be gathering up soon. If you want to get us some food started, then go find a table.
Sounds good. Any preferences?
Whatever you have.
Fair enough.
Probably a salad for Sterling because he's weird. I don't know. Greens.
That's the horse. The horse one, right?
Yeah, horse one.
Fair enough.
Just don't say that in front of him. He might kick you.
Thanks for the tip. And they head off to put an order in with the kitchen. Or make it. You're not quite sure which. Does anyone else come down with Guild? Or are you all just like hiding in your room?
I mean, if Ezri is doing that weird stuff with their scrolls, Fleur is like probably just like staring, mesmerized, like, how did you
Breakfast is forgotten.
The next step in our training.
Fleur's like,
I probably would have woken up early and gone to find some local, like, equivalent of like a donut shop.
Okay.
And brought back a
We
a
have
bag or like a baker's
here.
dozen box of. I'm just assuming there's small folk, so there's going to be sweets.
Yeah, I mean, roll me an investigation check for
Sure.
donut shop.
I'm definitely, or if not necessarily donuts, just something small and sweet pastry type things.
Bakery
that's
type
gonna be,
thing. Yeah.
Roll for
it's gonna
Krispy
be
Kreme.
10. Yeah,
All
it's
right.
going to be a 10.
So you look around, and it takes you a little while. Luckily, you got up early enough that, despite getting lost a couple times, you do ultimately find a small bakery, not the nicest one you've ever seen, but smells decent, looks decent, not terrible, just nothing super fancy. And you get you can get like a baker's dozen of some
an assorted whatever it is, and I'll bring it back to the end.
Yep. Cool.
Or
You've now got a baker's dozen of assorted pastries.
Excellent. And they're fresh. And if Guild's the only one at the table, then I'll sit down, crack open the box, and pick out anything that looks like it's got cinnamon for myself.
Right. Sure,
I'll
that
grab one.
there are probably a couple pastries with cinnamon, so sounds like a plan.
Not too long after. He's usually a pretty early riser. So.
All right, so Westcott, you make your way down. So far, only Guild and Tarrowin are at the table, eating pastries.
Does it look like anyone has normal coffee, or does all the coffee look like that gross, sludgy stuff? Can I ask?
You can certainly ask. All the handful of gnomes that are left are drinking, this sort of gross, sludgy coffee. But if you go up to the counter and ask, you can find out if you can get some more standard coffee.
Sitting down, I can get a coffee that's not chewable.
Oh.
Yeah, no, though that's we make that because after a night of drinking and then you're trying to get going in the morning. It's got some real extra boost to it. But yeah, I can get you a more normal coffee if that's what you're after.
Normal coffee.
Do
That's enough of a boost.
You have espresso boba is what you got going on here.
It doesn't take long. A moment later, the person behind the counter slides a
espresso beans.
perfectly normal cup of coffee across to you. We don't get a ton of travelers in these parts, but yeah, most of them aren't as fond of what we tend to drink around here, so we keep a little bit of it on hand.
Appreciate that. Yeah. I like to drink my coffee, not chew it.
Also, if any of you can
I
hear
still can't
Haku
get
whining.
used to these sweet breakfasts. The Empire's weird. Guild says halfway through a donut.
Yeah.
A few minutes, not long after you say that, Guild, the breakfast you ordered comes out. And it is not a sweet breakfast. It is, well, you know, as I think the last breakfast you had here, it is basically what you would serve a group of very hungover people to try and sort of sop up some of that alcohol.
We're at the Waffle House.
Yeah, you are getting a good old Waffle House breakfast. They did bring a salad. It looks really
we are at the Waffle House.
It looks a bit strange with everything else on this plate.
I'm like, sir, this is a Denny's.
Yeah.
But there is a salad there for Sterling, whatever he makes it in.
I'll press to digitate a little bit of chocolate in my own coffee. And I think that went rather well. Considering a little bit different. You know, not necessarily doing everything we can to avoid the Crown's Guard. I don't know. I wouldn't say necessarily that I would consider myself having gone good, but for the amount of effort required and the lack of shall we say legal interest in our activities, I'm thinking this worked out pretty well. And if you all are up for something, I think we might want to stick with it for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the plan. Yeah. Besides, I don't think you have to stay out of sight so much as if you're in their good graces. They're not really going to give you a second look, right?
I just want to.
Besides, we got paid really well,
right? And they're not even coming after us, because like normally normally when you get the goods, it's usually the people who previously had them are concerned about their future whereabouts and your involvement in said whereabouts.
That's why you don't get noticed.
Normally, the way I handle things, people don't notice something's missing until I am well gone. And oftentimes, I go for, there's the thing about rich people, they don't like to admit that you've, that something's gone missing, that you've stolen from them, so they just double down, and it's great.
What about us doubling down? Fleur says as she comes down the stairs with an eyebrow raised.
Yeah, falling behind with a new scroll on her belt. Oh. What are we discussing?
Our future economic endeavors.
Yeah. How much we love this job.
I see.
Well, that's good.
Basically, we just agreed that we like getting paid.
And not arrested.
Well,
Right.
yes.
I don't know
not
about
arrested
you
is
two,
fine
but I
with you.
can't say I've been arrested.
Were you looking at me?
This
You think I've been arrested?
I'm just looking at Anna, just this long
Just blink.
I was this look of like insult of like, wait, were you saying implying I might have been arrested? Like,
No, Guild
you
was
think
looking at
there might be a
Westcott.
chance?
Guild was absolutely
Yes.
looking at Westcott.
I don't know. Have you been arrested? I know
Super
adventuring seems to
Fleur,
be
that's a rude question. Come on.
Guild, in case you weren't aware, I'm the reason he's not in jail right now, so I can poke him all I want to.
Thank
That's
you
fair.
for just laying it all out there on the
Well,
breakfast
she like
table.
leaned over to Guild. She doesn't just like blurt it, but she's just like pretty sure like if Guild didn't know this already.
I mean, I'm not surprised. Let's be honest.
I don't know about you all, but at least I will be able to arrest a couple people
You're
in
not as
case we need
subtle
it
as
today.
you think you are.
And holds up the scroll.
My interest is piqued.
Leaning over.
Ezra, you can just arrest people now.
That's basically a whole person, right? It's arresting their movement.
That works.
Very specific definition of
Word
arrest.
wordplay from the scribe
Right.
wizard.
Technically correct is the best kind of correct.
Hey.
You know all about that.
It is the most satisfying.
Anyway, where are we going?
Wasn't the plan to go by Rexentrum for your job, Guild, and then
As long as no one has any objections.
to the Dunrock Mountains?
Planned on going back there for a while, but probably fine.
Wait, like, that's. Are we going to the mountains or are we going to Rexentrum?
So the
it's
Dunrock
on the way.
Mountains. Yeah, so the Dunrock Mountains are
Yeah.
to the east and the north. So
Way up here.
they're heading to the. You're heading. We're talking about heading to the northern
Different
part. It's the
part of the
same
range.
mountain. Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
same range, but it's a different portion.
Gotcha. Everybody's cameras are blocking.
Mhm.
Yeah, got to sort of zoom out a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think last week you guys had discussed going via Rexentrum because Guild needs to go to Rexentrum anyway.
Mm.
And it's sort of on the way.
Yeah, and it's not like super
Mhm.
far out of the way if you go to the northern part of the mountains, and Esri doesn't know what part of the mountains she needs to be in.
It's all of them. All of them
Yeah.
have stories.
All the mountains. Esri wants all of the mountains.
Hey, Tommy.
So-
Well, and I think I
don't know
forget
what's
what
going
it was
on
that
with
we were
my
looking for in
thing.
the mountains or whatever, but going to Rexentrum,
Oh.
Fleur has a lot more connections there.
Mhm.
So
We shouldn't have
Yeah.
to stay there too long. I mean, get some supplies, maybe get some information, and then
I think sounds are getting
We'll still
weird.
got some connections there. Maybe.
as long as your connections don't throw the rest of us in jail too.
That would be inconvenient.
That would.
Very.
Oh, I know what happened. Shit.
So, as
It's
much
here.
as
Give me 1 second.
I like a short, brisk walk as the next person, it's neither short nor brisk to get to Brexentrum. What sorts of travel arrangements are we looking at, maybe?
Out. Yes, I don't think we've discussed.
All right, now
travel
stuff should work.
arrangements.
I changed
No,
things up
you,
so I
you
could
guys
hear
really
them
just
in
got as
VR
far
chat.
as, oh, well, if we go to the northern Dunrock Mountains, then we
I
can
had
go
to change
through Rexentrum and also
which
hit Guild's thing on the
audio
way.
setting was
That's as
for
far as you got.
OBS and for my chatbot. Sorry, I just changed them back. I have to do that for every time apparently for VR chat.
Maybe there's a caravan or something running
Yeah,
between
so I'm
here
sure
and
we could
Lexington.
find a caravan or a wagon,
Yes, like how we got here,
wagon or
Mr.
something.
Towen.
Hitching a ride with a large group of people.
You could certainly ask around. Fleur, you at least would probably know that most things from Hupperduke
Mm-hmm.
are going to be headed towards the Rock Guard garrison,
Okay.
which is sort of not quite the opposite direction, but almost the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Right.
Because most things from Hupperduke are heading to the warfront.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you can find a group of folks who just happen to be heading that way, but it's
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The
by
likelihood
no
of them
means
going the whole
guaranteed.
way. Yeah.
Right.
Fleur would
What
pass
else
that
do you
along and say,
look into
from
purchasing?
here, I'm not
A wagon
sure
or
how
something?
much. Not many people come from here to Rexentrum. Most of them are headed out further to. But I mean, it's not impossible. Just I
Highly
don't know how
unlikely.
likely. Yeah.
I mean, we're
Do we really
Actually have something
randomly?
for that, Tommy. It's
I'm just looking and I'm like,
the scene one,
at the map. Are there like woods
which is what happened last
specifically
time.
near
technically. Oops.
Rexentrum anywhere? I mean, I'm sure there's like wooded areas, but
Yeah, I mean, I think there's wooded areas, but it's not
Yeah.
like it's sort of in an open
yeah.
plain
Because
area.
I was like, how did she end up with Daisy as a badger? I'm like, where would she have found a badger?
I mean, you know,
underneath a mushroom.
I
it's
mean,
like
I'm
she
sure it's
may
anywhere, but-
have wanted a badger and decided to go find one. To be perfectly
Possibly.
honest,
Yeah,
she was
I
like, you know what,
forget how I
I
came
want a
up with-
badger, and she's noble, so she gets to do that.
Yeah.
Quite possibly.
Imported a badger.
Daisy is an imported badger.
Is it a pedigree badger?
Yeah. She's got papers and everything.
It came from
He's got
it came from the
papers,
badger
yeah.
farm.
Oh, no. No, I like to think that she adopted Daisy, but now I kind of like the idea of a pedigree badger.
I mean, I could see, like, you know, gnomes
I mean,
and halflings liking badgers as mounts, and that becoming a thing.
oh yeah, but like, you know, the rich, why would they show off dogs and horses when you have like badgers and magical creatures and stuff? You know.
True.
So you eat your breakfast, presumably finish as much breakfast as you want. And unless you have other things you want to discuss over breakfast, the question is, what do you want to do next?
Has anybody seen actually, I was gonna say, has anybody seen Cyrilus? But Fleur would also probably go out to check on Daisy anyways, so if Cyrilus has not shown up, she will assume that Cyrilus and probably Sterling are in the stables. So Fleur will take the awkward looking salad from the table and say, I'm gonna take this out to the stables and see if Cyrilus and Sterling are out there with Daisy. I'm assuming this was for Sterling.
Yeah,
Didn't eat a lot of green.
he didn't seem interested in anything
Yeah.
else last night, so.
All right. And if they're not there, then I have no idea where they are.
Then we should find
Probably
them
in a
'cause
tree somewhere. Not
This is probably a
Sterling,
good
though. Never
idea.
mind.
Thank you, Miss
Sterling
Fleur.
a tree would be a
I know.
very
As soon as she
glorious
says that,
sight.
she's like, well, maybe not Sterling. But
Yeah. Now everyone has to picture Sterling
Yep.
somehow in a
A
tree.
I mean, you can run up walls eventually. As
Yeah.
a...
You climb.
that is true. Monks get climb.
You
They have
get
climbing
I
trees.
don't-
to run up
You have to
vertical
be a very
surfaces.
sturdy
How-
tree to support Sterling.
I didn't even
I
think about that.
guess.
Magical worlds where the laws of physics don't exist.
Or just Naruto running up a vertical wall.
A centaur
The
Naruto running is
particular,
pretty
yeah,
great,
I
though.
like the particular image of a centaur Naruto. Anyway,
Is that a
yeah, so you
motherfucking
head out.
anime reference?
You know where the stables are because you've been there
Nice.
before.
Mhm.
And I assume Cyrillus is in the stables with Sterling and Daisy. I don't know. I'll leave that up to John.
I mean, I imagine Sterling is just kind of sleeping in.
Thanks for the lurk.
Cyrillus is like very
You had a
calm.
rough
They're just like sitting there, waiting.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, good. You are out here. I brought some salad. I guess this is what they said. At least Sterling seemed to eat. I'm not sure what you eat, Cyrillus. They
I
have.
eat anything.
Oh. Okay.
I can find my own food though. I'm very good at that.
All right. Well, there is food inside as well if you would like some. Terwin got pastries. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have told you. Somebody got pastries.
So is anyone gonna have the last one? I think. Okay, I'll take it.
I mean, you guys had a full breakfast too, so you went through
That's true.
13 pastries and a full breakfast. That's actually
He's
kind
a
of
halfling.
I was like halflings,
I
man.
was
They're
gonna say it,
hobbits.
but then Aaron beat me to it.
We've had one, yes.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that other
What,
people had at
second
least
Krispy
one pastry.
Kreme?
Yeah, no,
I'm
I-
sure Fleur
I mean,
did, definitely.
Terwin going through the baker's dozen of pastries.
Actually, I feel like because it's funny, she probably took some form of pastry out to Daisy because Daisy's gonna be that weird badger that eats pastries.
That's fair.
The pastry badger. Like a
It's
pastry
like a
dragon.
pastry dragon, only much smaller.
Much cuter.
More bows.
Okay, but that just makes me think of
Yeah.
Daisy in like a baking apron.
Aw.
When you say it like that.
I want it.
I want art of that.
Mm-hmm.
Honey badger.
Yes!
Honey cake badger.
Honey,
Honey badger don't give a shit.
there.
This campaign sponsored by all the badger memes you can think of. Anyways.
Well, other than feeding Sterling salad,
Yeah.
Daisy pastries, what does everyone want to do with their morning?
I could probably
How
at least ask
long-
around for.
How long would we imagine it's going to take to get to Rexentrum from here? Like, I'll spend
So-
some time like studying the map and figuring it
Yeah.
out because I
Yeah, I
travel
mean,
a lot.
I feel like, yeah, you could certainly figure out for the map, and Fleur would pretty much
Mhm.
know. Westcott might also be fairly aware of how long it takes.
Hold her on a good bit.
So Rexentrum is probably about 8 days of, normal speed travel. Most sensible routes to Rexentrum would run through Blumenthal, which is a farming town. And that's about 6 days away. There's not a whole lot between Hupperduke and Blumenthal. But, it's not, there's people and small villages, but nothing worth putting on a map. So yeah, so about 8 days to Rexentrum. If you wanted to make a stop in Blumenthal, about 6 days to there.
I want to go pick up about 12 days worth of provisions, just accounting for possible delays.
You can easily do that.
Around about any caravans that might be heading that way, or possibly a horse and wagon we can buy. Some
Yeah,
failing
I was
that.
gonna say we should definitely grab some kind of wagon for supplies and whatnot and such for the trip.
So whoever is looking for a caravan or horses and wagons or whatever source of way is making it easier to get from here to there, can roll me a investigation check. If you are doing so by asking around, it can be investigation charisma, because that is what you're using to actually find this information.
I'll just go the regular route for that one.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely be doing it by asking around.
Yeah.
Ooh. 22.
Great. 9. It would just be because I'm not actually proficient in investigation.
It was 9.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Westcott, you're not on your game this morning. Maybe it's that they're gnomes and they're working and they don't really like this weird tall person coming up to them and asking them random ass questions while they're trying to work. But you're not sure. But
no, I think
you like glance at you and like snort and get back to work. You don't even have much chance to turn on the charm because they just aren't buying anything you're selling right now. Esri
asks Google.
You have somewhat better luck. You do have to ask a few questions, but
she's efficient with them. She doesn't waste anybody's time.
Yeah, like you just ask the question, and so like occasionally, every now and then someone's like throws out a 1 or 2 word answer, and that helps you along your way. It doesn't really require much charm because
she understands words. Let's go.
You make it quick. And so eventually you do sort of come to the conclusion that there's probably not a caravan heading that way anytime soon. At best, you might be able to find a small group of people, but they probably would do more to hinder you than help you. The kind of people who are leaving Hupperduke for Rexentrum are not necessarily the most self-sufficient. So unless you want to take a job for not a lot of money guarding some gnomes that don't understand much about anything other than machines, you're probably better off on your own. That
Cirillas
said,
will probably end up killing them.
Maybe.
Now, are there?
And by killing, I mean leaving them to get.
Leaving them to die.
Leaving them behind to get eaten by whatever creature.
Manslaughter.
Are there roads from Hupperduke to Blumenthal?
Yeah.
Because I know that there's like a handful that are illustrated on the map, but those are like practically stone or paved roads or something, I'd imagine. So if we got a wagon and some horses, we're not trying to like run it through the wilderness.
Yeah, I mean there would be a few patches.
We could also just take a little extra time and take the Glory Run road because it's gonna be.
You could absolutely do that. That would sort of circumvent Blumenthal and take you up to Rexentrum. It would probably.
If we do that, we might as well just head into the mountains.
So are we just trying to figure out the most efficient way to get to Rexentrum?
Well, they want to get.
I'm not sure what we're actually looking for.
Okay, pause. So what everyone is, my understanding of what everyone is trying to do, and if I am wrong, correct me, is you want to find some way that isn't just we're gonna walk on our own 2 feet,
Mm, yeah.
carrying
Yeah.
all our shit.
So, like, ways of just making the transportation easier?
Mhm.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
you could
And that's why we were
absolutely
talking about whether we want to cut through or take a road that might take
Yeah.
a little longer.
Yeah, so you could absolutely get from Hupperduke to Blumenthal with horses, without taking the glory run. That would be very easy. There are some paths along the route that are not super conducive to wagons, which isn't to say they couldn't. And Fleur would know this, and I think actually
Mhm.
Westcott too, again, because Westcott has traveled around here. Actually, Westcott might know better because Fleur probably mostly stuck
Sticks
to
to main road.
roads.
Yeah, that's true.
You could get a wagon through them. It just might be a little precarious at times. So if you want a wagon, your best bet is the glory run. If you're okay with horses, ponies, whatever mounts Hupperduke has to provide, which with Esri's investigation role, she could have absolutely figured out where to procure mounts. And even though she found, okay, no, there's not going to be a caravan, there's not going to be a good group to travel with, she absolutely would have figured out, okay, well, where can I procure mounts? Where can I procure maybe a wagon?
Esri project manager for this plans
Right.
A, B,
I
C, and D.
I would say like 2 horses pulling a single wagon for anyone who's not otherwise riding is probably better and more manageable than individual horses, since we do have a road available to us. I mean, unless someone's got, hot to trot and wants to get there faster, but I don't mind taking a couple of extra days to make sure that we've got a more comfortable ride.
Yeah. So if you went along the glory run, you would loop around. Let me do some.
Yes, Sterling wants to ride in the wagon.
Probably be more like 12 to 14 days total. Not quite double, but you're looping pretty far. And that's the big road.
Yeah.
If you
Probably safer.
probably safer.
Yeah. So slower but safer.
Slower but safer. Easier to find
Yeah.
inns and taverns along the road, even outside of cities. If you take the shorter route, probably not many inns or taverns until you get to Blumenthal. They probably have an inn, but faster, maybe more interesting if you're in for that. But no,
Define interesting.
interesting could
Hopefully
mean
not that.
many things.
Yeah.
Hey, Whirlwind Hunter, how's it going?
Depends on what you run into. So you all gather back up after asking around and doing some research. Esri knows where to get horses. She knows where to get a wagon. And the question is deciding which way you want to go and how you want to get there.
I like the prospect of an occasional bed on the trip.
I'm always in favor of the safer roads, but I feel like my opinion is not going to be the one swaying the vote here, so.
I'm not necessarily opposed to taking the longer route.
Assuming
Unless
that
we're on
works
some
for
kind of
Guild.
Yeah.
Since you're the one
That's
on
true.
a bit
You're
of a
the one
time
that's actually got
frame.
the
I have
work
time.
to make.
I'm not going to be late if we take a little extra time.
All right.
How
Well,
much would it have
then.
cost to get the food, by the way, Jerja?
I was figuring that out, but also talking, so I haven't figured that out yet. One
Okay.
second. You wanted 12 days, you said?
Especially, yeah.
Decent, but not top tier food.
Okay, yeah. For just you?
For everyone.
Okay.
Chin a little too if
Actually, I mean, if it would help, I don't. It seems weird if Fleur would go along. But if Fleur knew that Guild was going to go try and get provisions for the group, Fleur might go to try and see if they can get a better price.
Okay.
Because she's noble and she can give them really bad reviews if they don't. I'm like,
I'll give you the worst
look at
Yelp
me as this
review.
noble background where she has a position of privilege. And
Right.
according
Don't
to my
fault
background,
her.
common folk make every effort to accommodate me and avoid my displeasure. So
So Guild and Fleur go off to find provisions.
With bad
Let's
Yelp
play this.
reviews.
I want to see this.
Yes.
So Guild and Fleur go off to find provisions together, which is a
Is
bit
she
of a
writing
weird.
Daisy? Please tell me she's
pairing.
writing Daisy.
sure,
Flourish?
yes, of course.
Okay. You know,
I
that
want to give
works.
Daisy scritches while we walk.
Okay, so
That's very
Fleur
cute.
This is a
rides
picture.
Daisy. Guild is like just giving Daisy
Bex,
scritches.
thanks so
It's
much for
very
the host.
adorable.
How's it going?
In fact, a couple gnomes pause and like just awe at how cute this is.
That is also how you get a discount, having a
Yeah.
cute ass
Yes.
badger.
And you find sort of a general store that stocks provisions.
That's not a euphemism.
That's pretty easy. You know, you're in upper Hupperduke. That's where those kinds of shops would be. And you head in. And the shopkeeper says, "Can I help you?"
Yes, we're in need of some provision. We're headed out on a bit of a
Bex!
journey.
Oh, thank you so much for the raid.
And we
Hi,
heard you
everybody,
had
welcome.
the
Welcome to
best in
D&D.
town.
Right. What are you looking for specifically?
Decent food for an extended journey.
How was your stream?
Well, yeah, I can do that. How many you looking to feed and how long?
Fleur starts like counting. She's like,
How many-
people
7 people, 2 horses?
and a badger.
And a badger.
No.
Make it 8 people.
7 people.
Well, we're going to say 8 people
2.5
and a badger.
horses?
Okay,
Because
people
I'm
and a
counting
badger.
Sterling as
'Cause
2.
unless
Yeah.
is Terwin actually with you guys?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so 8 people and a badger is what Guild says. And a badger, you say? Okay. Oh, that's
Gesturing at Daisy.
that is indeed a badger. Cute.
He's
Anyway.
giving him scritches. Do
Hmm.
badgers purr?
8 people and a badger for how long, you say?
Give us
About
about 12 days.
12 days? Give it to you for
Real Scottish Genius, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Glad to have
5
you.
gold?
leans over to Guild. Is that a good price? I don't
But I know
normally
if
have
that's
to buy the
average,
food.
about the average price from someone who's
Yeah.
probably
Oh.
bought stuff like that.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
Yes. Thanks for the work. Go get what you
know,
need.
It's
Thanks for the raid again.
probably a little lower than average for like good food.
Hell yeah,
A
TARDIS.
little high for like
I normally have a TARDIS backdrop,
okay,
but
tolerable food, and a little.
I got lazy
low
today,
for
so I'm
good
just
food,
wearing
so
the
somewhere
TARDIS
sort
because
of in
it's
that middle.
drafty.
I mean, it's
Got a bit cold
average.
here.
all right. I guess it depends on the quality of the food, but I trust that this is of the best traveling quality. Yes.
And you
We're-
know,
We are escorting a lady to Rexentrum after
Yes,
all.
I would hate to have my father have to see me coming home starved from our journeys.
oh my lady.
As she's like twirling her hair and has on a signet ring that's like, "Hi, I'm a noble."
roll me a persuasion with advantage.
Which one of us? I'm like, let's see.
I'm not good
Either.
at persuasion. I'm good
I-
at deception.
I'm good at persuasion. Okay.
You take it.
You're
This
not
house could dress me out.
technically like you're
Nice!
sort of deceiving, but not
That's
like
awesome.
really.
Not
It's sort of a
really.
weird
I
balance.
cosplay
Natural
River, I
20.
cosplay 13.
All right.
I
Well,
haven't been able to do either for a while, though,
lady.
because pandemic.
How about? Well, I'll give you a choice. 5 gold, and I'll throw in some of my special stocks, or 4 gold, and it's just your normal fare, but it'll get you there just fine.
I mean, special socks sound kind of nice. Looking at Guild and
I mean, if the lady thinks so.
what are these special stocks? I'm curious.
Well, so normal fare, you got your like hardtack that keeps for a real long time. So if you ever run out of food, real good to have. Your jerkies and your dried meats, those also keep quite a while.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, go
You
get
got
what you need. Thanks
some
again.
fresh stuff mixed in,
Enjoy your food.
but
Enjoy your
more
chillin'.
on the stuff that keeps.
Oh yeah, everyone's
right?
thinking the same thing.
Your special stock, you get the stuff that keeps. Still about enough to get you to where you're going, but then mix in a bit more of the fresh stuff. So at least on the early stages of your journey, because 12 days is a bit long for fresh food to keep. You understand?
Yes.
But for the first few days, you've got some nice vegetables, some fresh meats mixed in there as well.
I would not be
I would like
opposed to some
that.
fresh meats.
Yes, and I'm sure Sterling would love vegetables.
Probably.
All
We'll
right.
take the special stock then.
All right. And he goes and gathers up some food, and it is exactly what he described. Enough lasting rations to take you the full 12 days if you need it. But enough fresh veggies and meats and a little bit of fruit tossed in there, but there's not a lot of fruit around here, so not too much of that. A couple apples mostly. That will last you the first
Never seen D&D on stream?
2 to
Oh,
3 days of the journey.
I'm glad you're enjoying.
Depending
Yeah, I
on
do this
how
at
much
least
your
3 times a
centaur
week
eats.
normally.
Oh,
3 different campaigns, 3 different
Since, you know,
DMs.
She doesn't
what,
know that there's a
600 pounds of
centaur
them?
involved in these 8 people.
And otherwise
Well,
do
there
VR
was
chat roleplay.
that's why I counted Sterling.
That's why
as
you
two.
counted 8.
Yeah.
No.
Visual novel
But
voice
that's
acting.
enough to last like 2 to 3 days of 8 people and a
Jennifer
badger.
Reddick, thank you so much for the follow.
Um,
Welcome. Glad to have
Depending
you.
on how lavishly you want to eat those 2 to 3 days.
No
So, I'm assuming you'll take the food
Yeah.
after they've left and they're out of earshot. Flair's just gonna look to Guild and say, "That was fun. I've never bartered with somebody before. Normally back home they just
surprisingly
give
good
me
at
the
this,
better stuff."
honestly.
I mean, I know my worth. Just wait till we
Yes,
get to
you do.
Rexentrum, though. See, in Rexentrum, everybody just knows who I am, and they just give me the stuff. Well, I mean, I still have to pay for it usually, but
You don't have to
Somehow I
ask.
feel like
Yeah.
that's not much of a concern where you're from.
what? Getting things?
Paying for things.
Paying for
Okay,
things?
that's
No,
always a
not
good
really.
D&D vibe. Yeah. Yeah, it's really fun.
I suppose
I'd absolutely
it does take
suggest
all
trying
kinds, doesn't
a campaign if you can. I found a lot of my
Yes.
long-standing groups
I will say,
from
I must say, I
Reddit
enjoy
our
life on the
LFG
road that way.
looking for group.
It gets boring at home sometimes.
So if you want to try, go for it. Online D&D is
Don't get me wrong, I enjoy being a lady,
great.
but I enjoy adventuring with Daisy too.
I've never met a lady who handles a sword like you do.
Aha, well, mother raises the best. A proper lady knows how to be a lady and also knows how to defend herself when needed.
Fair.
After all, sugar and spice and everything nice is what little girls are made of.
She says as she stabs someone.
Like Purnell was with her until that, but
Yeah.
Spicy.
I have a dog perched on the
You
arm
do?
of my couch.
Puppy.
It's like how Mona would stand, except it's dog.
He
Much
does
bigger.
this. It's really funny.
That's so funny. It looks a lot like Mona too, because it's just like stare. Like,
All right. So Gil and Fleur acquire plenty of provisions.
Field
And
takes one of the apples before someone can claim all of them.
It sounds like you guys have decided you want to take the glory. That happened sort of before the conversation about how to get there. So it sounds like you guys want to take the glory run. Is that correct?
I think so.
Sounds
yeah.
good.
I think unless
All right.
Nobody
Um,
has a
Anyone has
reason
any-
to argue otherwise.
I was saying
Yeah.
unless Sterling and Cyrillus have any specific reasons to not.
Yeah, his reason only concern
Thank
was
you.
basically timing for Guild, since he was the one on the time crunch, really.
Nope, I've got time.
So if you want to do that, Ezri, you know where to take the party to acquire horses and a wagon. So we can do that next. Ezri leads the way down through Upper Hupperduke and then into Lower Hupperduke, actually. Not a whole lot of call for mounts.
Horses on a cliff.
Thank you so much for the clip.
Which is part of why they were kind of surprised why Daisy was such a sight, though also Giant Badger
Hey, fun freaks.
is not the most common mount in Hupperduke. You reach a stable that mostly has ponies.
Oh,
There
no.
are a few full-size horses. But in a town of gnomes, there's not a whole lot of call for full-size horses. There was also some wagons parked outside. Again, tend to run a little on the smaller side. Partially because that lets them be pulled by ponies. But there's a middle-aged female gnome outside tending to some of the ponies as you approach.
Oh, hello there.
Hi, what do you want?
We were hoping to procure some horses and a wagon for a trip to Rexentrum.
And we can do that. Going to Rexentrum, you're probably not going to be coming back through Hupperduke anytime soon, are you?
No, probably not. No.
All right, so sale, not rent, then. Well, I've got quite the stable of ponies. A few full-size horses over there. Some of you are tall folks, so you might prefer those. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that I'm going to be sitting on a pony anytime soon. Let's be realistic here.
Yeah, but a couple of you could. I mean, well, the one on the Badger probably doesn't need a pony. But you two, and she points at Terwin and Ezri, because Ezri is a skinny little waif of a thing.
Yeah.
Y'all two could sit on ponies if you wanted to.
Soaking wet.
I could sit on a
Cyrillus
pony
is
for an
probably
afternoon.
enough.
Yes,
Cyrillus
but
is
I'm not going to
probably
sit on a
small
pony
enough.
for 2
Yeah,
weeks.
Cyrillus too.
I was like, do they have
But
any
y'all three could
donkeys?
sit on a pony if you wanted to. But yeah, you and she looks at Guild and Westcott.
Mr. 6 foot something over here.
You two need
I
a
don't fit
horse
at
if you're
anything
gonna
in this
ride.
town.
And then she looks at Sterling and goes, and I assume you don't need anything, sweetheart. Moving on.
I want to see that happen, though. I want to see the centaur on a horse.
I don't think you do.
Yeah, no, this gnome is like kind of
I mean,
baffled by the centaur looking
think
to
he starts
acquire
with the
a horse. So, just sort of puts that out of her mind and comes back. So, are you looking to? Well, you said a couple ponies in a wagon. Are you looking to pull stuff? Are you looking to pull people? What are you looking to pull?
Us and our provisions.
Fair enough. Okay, well then, given that you got some tall folk,
Yeah, those two aren't going to be.
and she sort of
Riding
looks
the
over at
cart.
Sterling again, just like, I don't know what to do with this one.
Hey, Soul, how you
Most
doing?
of y'all would be fine with a couple horses and a wagon, so follow me. And she leads you down into a stable where there are indeed a few full-size horses. Now, I've got...
Still work. Hey, sweet freedom.
Not all of these are trained for pulling, so... All right, she leads you over to a stall. This one here, we call him Billy. Billy here, he's trained for pulling, and his buddy over there, and Billy is a bay horse, fairly good size, but and looks fairly friendly. As far as, you know, if someone goes up to Billy and tries to give him a pet on the nose, he'd probably be okay with it. Friend over there, Darla, she's also trained for pulling. So Billy and Darla and a wagon. If you're buying, I'd say 10 gold per horse, and then probably about 5 gold for the wagon.
I can pony up some.
Yeah, I can
Doing math in the head, looking the rest of the people.
pony up.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have. Does Westcott say that?
Probably,
Does
under his
Westcott
breath,
actually?
probably.
She looks at you and says, "I like you." Anyway,
A lot of people do.
Soros is probably already making friends with the horses.
yeah. No.
Which one of them's name
well,
is Susan, actually?
Well, she hasn't introduced you to a horse named Susan. Billy and Darla are the horses she pointed out.
That's not the name they probably chose.
That doesn't mean you can't name them what you want. I
Croissant
mean,
and
99
Danish.
Danish
Just speak with
water
animals,
closet.
ask them their
Name them
name.
croissant in Danish. Sorry. The horses from Log Horizon.
Yes!
She names croissant in Danish, and I'm just like, oh my gosh.
Yes, please.
You let the cinnamon roll
But,
name the horses, that's what you get.
Just, you know. Billy's a good boy and Darla's a good girl, so take care of them.
Of course.
That work for you? 25 gold for the lot, and you know.
Does that seem like standard pricing?
It sort of seems like she's not entirely sure how to price full-size horses, but it doesn't seem high.
Okay.
It's one of those situations where, like, she doesn't sell a lot of horses. And she's not roll me an insight check, actually.
I just want to see a San Francisco Bay horse.
Not
In, like,
I'll
sunglasses.
get in on that because I probably know.
Yeah, you can roll an insight too.
9.
9?
That's
Things are going
I mean,
okay.
anyone can roll insight if they're trying to get a read on her.
Yeah, I guess
23.
if I wasn't really sure if Fleur was
23?
here, but it
Okay,
sounds like
shit,
We're
everybody's
about to
here.
go on a trip.
16 plus 7,
Fleur knows
so.
everything. Or
Yeah,
Guild.
Guild. It doesn't seem. If anything, it seems a little low. But Westcott. Yeah, she doesn't seem to be trying to pull anything over on you. again, you really get the sense that like she mostly like rents out these animals and doesn't sell a lot.
Mhm.
Were we going to get a couple ponies too
I don't know.
Why?
for the small people?
Well, there's Daisy.
I mean, we're
and
I
mostly
mean, the
just
whole
Yeah.
point of the wagon
Right,
is
yeah,
so
we're
that we
getting
can
the
Okay,
wagon.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just wasn't
Yeah.
sure if there was enough room for everyone
Yeah, but
and
you
the
think
food
it's
and
Well,
everything.
if
on the
Fleur
wagon.
rides
Other than
Daisy-
that, then we're good.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
the wagon she's offering you, and she does point it out to you, is it's not big enough for Sterling. Sterling will not fit in the wagon.
Who
sorry,
knew?
Sterling.
Because she doesn't have a wagon that will accommodate a centaur.
Wow, rude.
Sorry, Kia. Sterling's a centaur. The gnomes don't usually see them.
We have to find a city of centaurs that will have all this stuff for you.
Yeah.
Centaur home.
Hmm.
And it probably won't it'll probably accommodate the rest of you, though probably more easily if like Fleur rides Daisy.
Yeah,
which she's
I
sort
was
of
assuming most of the
is
time at
case.
least. Yeah, Fleur
Yeah,
would be riding Daisy.
She's assuming in what she's offering, she's assuming that Fleur is riding and that the centaur is walking because she doesn't know what the heck she would even do to help the centaur.
I do want a big effing wagon, though.
Which Westcott, you really like when you get the sense that she is just like baffled by Sterling, like this is just weird, and she really doesn't know what to do with it. So she's just like, she's not pretending she doesn't exist. She's pretending for purposes of this issue he doesn't
Yeah.
exist. But she's like looking at him and she's including him in the conversation, and she's not like just completely ignoring him.
It's okay. If we need to, we can always throw somebody on a disc out the back.
Yeah, there you go.
Actually true.
Actually
Yep.
true.
Yep.
Or 2 discs, and he
Or
can
2 discs.
Sterling
Daisy
can ride
chain.
on 2 discs.
When Sterling gets tired,
You can
that's
ride
how
on
he
2.
will ride.
Just
You
gotta-
do realize anyone who has any experience with like horse-drawn wagons, which I don't know which of you would,
Probably would.
Fleur, Guild,
Fleur would be familiar.
maybe
at least.
Terwin, I don't
Has
know.
Pretty sure
traveled in
Guild
them a
has
lot,
used
but she would be familiar.
multiple
Yeah.
methods of travel.
Get Sterling
You
roller
do,
skates.
you do realize that like if all of you are constantly riding in the wagon, it will probably slow down your travel a little bit.
Mhm.
No.
Because 2 horses pulling all of you other than Fleur and Sterling,
Mhm.
that's a lot for 2 horses
Yeah.
to do continuously. So if you all want to ride at all times, probably
Taking-
not gonna make it quite as quick as you would if like some of you walked sometimes, or heck, you have wizards, they can cast a disc and a couple of you can ride on the disc. Like
The 2 wizards are also some of
Gorillas
the
can
smaller,
certainly
lighter
make
people.
room for
Yeah.
people every once in a while.
So
Yeah.
we can readily sit and put discs for anyone who wants
She
to
can
hang
be
out
other
behind.
things.
Right.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
like
Squirrels can also
so
be even smaller.
you know,
And then
no,
short
knowing
rests.
how
Get 'em
knowing that
back.
knowing that each of you knowing the options you have to reduce the weight on the horses, this does seem like it would work quite well. A group of your size traveling that far and expecting to all ride in the wagon continuously, that would probably add several days to your journey, because the horses would not be able to pull for that long with that weight.
Mhm.
Mhm.
It works. This'll work.
We can figure that stuff out on the
Does anyone else
Well,
need anything before we go?
And whoever's paying, mark off your 25 gold. But
I'm not
or
chipping in because I
split.
bought food.
I mean, I can
That's
chip
fair.
in.
put in 10.
Chippin'.
I mean,
Yeah.
Fleur doesn't need to ride for this, but Fleur would probably help chip in because she has money.
It's fair.
Um,
I can put 10 in.
All right. So if Tear One and
Where
if
is
Tear One and Westcott are each chipping in 10,
There
and
we
Flora
go.
chips in like 5, that
Yeah.
that covers it, unless Flora wants to chip in more and reduce what the other two are paying. But that's up to
I
you
mean,
guys.
we all got paid like a crap ton from the
Yeah.
job we
You
did.
got
so
a
like,
lot.
There's any
of
spell
money.
components or anything I want to pick up.
Flare will pay 5 because she's not actually riding any of these horses.
That's
go.
fair. Like that's sort of why I was like, that makes
Oh,
sense.
yeah.
Flora is literally just paying because she has money, not because
Yep.
she needs the wagon.
It's fair.
Where's
All right.
money in D&D
I
Beyond?
am.
It's
Oh,
in
gonna-
equipment.
Equipment.
It's
Yeah.
weird. Yeah.
Aha, thank you.
Yeah,
There-
I was like, click, click, click. I was like, I know it's there somewhere.
Yeah, I do. I will probably try and pick up
Oh,
some
rest.
spell components that I may not necessarily have.
All
already.
right.
I
Weird-
also
like, I'm
have-
looking at like warding bond that needs rings
Okay.
I also want to get some
and like silver
arrows.
dust and
I
stuff.
have a longbow.
What
I don't-
you can certainly
I need
for like rings or something like that. I think you can
2
pretty
platinum.
pretty easily. I tried to combine 2 words.
Mhm.
You can pretty easily find that. If there's anything else you want, I mean, Hupperduke's a bunch of gnomes, so like they don't have necessarily a lot of big folk stuff, but that doesn't mean they don't have like basic components.
Yeah, I mean like
So unless there's
powdered
something like
silver, stuff like that.
big gems or something like that that you're looking for, you're probably fine.
No, I'm not
And just
that
deduct
high
the
level
cost of the
cards yet.
components.
Okay. Yeah, right now it's just like powdered silver, platinum rings. Stuff
Yeah,
that's pretty
actually, like
basic.
anything metal
I figure I could
is
probably
actually
get
quite
here.
easy to find in Hupperduke.
Yeah.
Anything outside of that might be a little harder, but as long as it's not like an expensive gem or like really specific, you can probably find it.
All right, one more.
Yeah, you definitely need much gold and platinum up on the in
Yeah,
the war front.
Haku wants to go out.
Sure, should
Suspect-
I ask you a thing in Discord?
Yes, I saw it.
Okay.
I suspect his buddy Kira went by the door, honestly. So you acquire your provisions. Westcott, if you wanted to do that while Guild and Fleur were shopping,
Mhm.
then you don't even have to take extra time to do it now.
Okay, yeah.
Especially since you failed at trying to figure out about
Yep.
horses. So maybe let's just say you gave up and went to buy spell
And went to buy
components
stuff for-
instead.
Yeah.
It's fair.
Well, you've acquired horses and a wagon. You've acquired food, and you are ready to set out.
I'm gonna get like 100 bolts before we go.
Oh yeah, for your crossbow. Yeah, of course. You could also, that's not going to be hard to find either. Any like basic equipment in general, as long as you mention it and deduct the gold. Well, basic equipment. As long as you deduct the gold and you're in a city or a town, I'm not gonna police that.
Yeah.
Spell components, let me know, because those may or may not be harder to find depending on where you are.
Mhm.
Same thing with like paper and ink for our
Yeah.
wizards.
Mhm.
Oh, do you need food,
Because
cat?
not everywhere
Yes, you do.
carries a bajillion sheets of
I'm gonna
high
feed her.
quality
I'm
paper.
still here.
That's why I stole a bunch from the from that guy.
Somebody help me math really quick because I'm not good at it.
What's your math?
I need a quarter of a gold in other coins.
2 silver, 50 copper, or
Thank
5
you.
copper.
Thank you.
But yeah, so basic equipment. If you're in a town or a city, just deduct the money you need for it. Unless you want to try to barter or something like that. I'm always happy to play out a barter, but if you're not going to try to barter, just deduct it. spell components and shit. Mention it
Yeah.
because those can sometimes be harder to find.
Yeah. I'm not at a level yet where I'm getting into
And
the
anything
super
crazy,
crazy stuff.
same thing. Like if you want something weird, ask. But if you just want like basic weapons, basic supplies, just go ahead and deduct it.
Don't need any super fancy hand mirrors yet.
And if you don't know how much they cost, if you don't know how much they cost, and it's not in the player's handbook, feel free to ask. Like, if you're just deducting it, go by player's handbook numbers. And we are
Also
going to
does-
pause briefly. We're going to take a break because my dog is barking at me to go out.
Okay.
Makes sense. It also does give you the cost when you look it up on D&D Beyond.
Yeah.
So I got that with the bolts.
Most things will come up on D&D Beyond as well, because the player's handbook is in D&D Beyond.
Just apart from Tiefling and Asmar. Tiefling and Asmar are awesome. Yeah.
What was that about Tiefling and SMR?
Oh, people
They're
in chat are
basically
like,
the
I've heard of all
opposites
the
of each
races
other.
apart from Tiefling and Asmar. There's so many races. They're so much fun though. Never enough campaigns for all the character ideas that you can get from all the different races and classes.
It is true. Or even just without races. Like, even if you were
That's
like,
true.
I'm only going to play this race, you can come up with so many goddamn character ideas.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Hey, Kia.
To be fair, though, most of our party doesn't know that they are Tiefling and Aasimar.
That's true. You are not actually aware of your heritage.
Yep.
Yeah.
Halfling and the
Welcome.
centaur.
Hello.
Hey.
I assume know their race because that's a little weird if they don't.
We're glad you're here as well, Real Scottish Genius. Glad you joined us. Thanks for coming in on that raid.
So
I'm gonna make more coffee.
I am
He's
walking
here.
the dog and we'll be back momentarily to continue.
I'm trying to
Our
decide if more
adventures.
coffee is the thing that I want.
Yep.
Holy shit, guys! I don't have to get up at ass o'clock tomorrow after game.
Yay!
I do.
Oh, I'm gonna put up my BRB screen for you, Real Scottish Genius. So enjoy some clips of other games that we've done. We'll be back shortly.
Use restroom, be right back.
Yeah.
This is at least worth. If something's going on in this city involving, I'd like to know about it.
Of course, I shall follow their lead.
Yeah.
But for now, I know thou wishest to have thy spell time.
Spell time?
She just like she doesn't really know.
That's a phrase.
She's like, that's.
Is that what they're calling it now?
He wants to go alone into the bedroom.
Not how modern play works.
Put out some incense. What do you think?
It's gonna take me like 10 minutes.
Nah, I'll just void that. I'll cast locate object on gold coins.
You get several thousand dings on your locate object. Without too much trouble with that, you are able to find the horde of Zuthus, the corroded soul.
We found them. Yay.
Fike, I shall not say this very often, but get the hole ready.
Yeah, it's not gonna fit in the bag, brah. It's not
You
fitting
just
in
got
the bag.
experience points.
Yes! Let's go. Let's go.
I hope you've got quite a few other a small army of capable fighters with you.
Smash cut to small army fighting people in the ring in that bar.
Ding, 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 ding.
Smash cut to Vanya and Orion fighting what looks to be about a dozen other dwarves in a caged ring.
Please tell me Vanya is wielding Orani like a club and is just and is swinging down, stopping right before that. Orani punches. Hey, the punching club, my only weakness.
Just leave one leg open so I can kick him too.
Smash cut back to the office. Smash cut back to the office of Nostock.
You could say we have something along those lines.
Specifically, this one's called. That one's called. Fuck.
It's a weird name for an island. Fuck.
Fuck it! I said
really
it.
don't want to go there.
Now. It's Fuck Island.
It's either the best or the worst island in the archipelago.
So named.
It's definitely not a mediocre experience, though.
So named because everybody who goes there says, "Fuck, this is a terrible place."
That's actually their slogan. Fuck, this is a terrible place.
Yeah, it's what their tourism bureau tells people. Yeah. So as you're going by Fuck Island, you hear some crows saying, "Yeah, the people on Fuck Island are fighting each other again."
I don't suppose the crows recognize any cult symbols?
Nah, no cults there. Just 3 different groups of people with very strong ideas about what to do.
Just a bunch of fuckers, really.
Yeah, basically.
So these fuckers want to raise taxes.
Only some of the horrible things going on are cult things. The rest are just regular terrible people.
Just double checking.
That's fair.
Because I kind of want to know who our neighbors are, but that'll be on that goes on to the to-do list.
All right. Yeah. I will. Let me come up with some quick faction names for you while we're sailing.
The factions that we can get to fight each other harder.
Sure. They're already in a turf war. You can't start one amongst them.
Okay, so our goal is to stop the turf war. Got it.
We need to unite the fuckers against a common foe.
A common fuckery.
Friends, Romans, fuckers.
Under the banner of common fuckery.
Oh, I'm so glad we named it Fuck Island. Oh,
I thought I didn't have enough caffeine for this, but apparently I do.
I'm just gonna go ahead and start another Google Doc real quick for Fuck Island. 'Cause I think we're gonna see more of it in the future. Alrighty. So yeah, you pass by Fuck Island. The fuckers are fighting the fuckers are fighting the shitters again.
Fuck you all. I might be crying. I'm laughing so hard.
Oh, you're gonna have to give me a second. Okay.
Fucking same.
If we conquer it and then eventually trade it away in a business deal, we could give somebody a fuck. Or if we refuse to do it, we would not give a fuck.
Fuck you!
Look at all the I have to get. Yeah. Okay.
If the shitters are involved, I don't want to take any shit.
I think I'm just dead, guys. I'm sorry.
Their main factions are now canonically the fuckers, the shitters, and the dammers. The fuckers really want to fuck shit up. The shitters just the shitters are big on the idea of public infrastructure, specifically for sewage, and the dammers are really, really big on building dams for some reason.
They're a big fan of beavers.
Yeah, big fan of beavers. They're beaver people. Yes.
So it's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure planning.
It's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure of two people who have very strong ideas on two groups of people who have very strong ideas about what the main form of public infrastructure should be and what their focus should be, versus one other group of people who just really, really want to fuck shit up.
I just thought like the fuckers were just like really into just making it a very island brothel.
Fuck.
This is starting to sound like a Dr. Seuss book.
Almost.
It's really all just really about the type of whorehouse they want.
Well, we'll work on it. I'll write something for Fuck Island. Do not fear.
You're
the
welcome.
main takeaway for now: beaver people are now canon for ULA. They will all speak in Newfie accents. All of them. All right. So yeah, Fuck Island. That is now.
Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this.
And I'm gonna inflict wound.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna do inflict. Whoops. Come back.
Inflict whoops.
Whoops.
Inflict whoops.
As if I've made a terrible mistake.
Very educational.
Of course, it is my calling to aid those in the name of the Wild Mother. You are a follower, and from what I've seen, a good one. And it was my pleasure to assist you in such a daunting task.
Given all that, she said you would be most effective of a teacher, and she was not wrong.
Well, I have long caught the Wild Mother's eye in doing good works for her for many a year. And the fact that she would say something like that to you about me.
Just watching this being like both a bit like surprised and also like, oh shit, she called him a crotchety asshole. I'm not gonna. Don't think about it.
I did so enjoy slicing into his flesh that one time. I was a battle axe that time. It was pretty cool.
It just does that. Oh, it's so fucking weird to hear you say pretty cool.
I'm picking up the nomenclature. Things have changed a bit, but I'm starting to pick up, the lingo.
Ren would appreciate him way more than Arani.
Cool. I'm hip with it.
Tucka. I just realized he does kind of.
Kia, I know you were listening to a lot of that.
We got you a salad.
Yep.
We did. You got a salad for breakfast. You also they decided that you're gonna take the Glory Run road around to Rexentrum rather than sort of cutting through the shorter way. Since Guild is not necessarily in a huge hurry, he just needs to deliver it at some point.
Eventually.
So you have acquired food. Haku, no, you're fine. You have acquired food. You have acquired 2 horses and a cart or a wagon. Westcott has presumably acquired his spell components. And you are ready to set off on the road. By this time, it's getting closer to lunchtime after all the running around, dealing with everything. So are you guys heading out of Hupperdook?
I think we're good.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Any chance that our wagon is a covered wagon?
Yes. It's not fully covered. It's about half covered. But there is space in the wagon that is under cover.
Like a canvas or something, not like a...
Yeah, nothing fancy. Just, yeah.
Let's Oregon Trail this shit.
Yay!
Yeah,
I hope nobody dies of dysentery.
It'll probably be Esri.
Or drowns in the river when we try to ford it.
I eat my vegetables.
It'll also probably be Esri.
Esri is not long for the Oregon Trail.
Oh no.
I mean, Westcott doesn't have anything for dysentery?
You know, actually, I don't know.
He'd
Most
probably
of his stuff
claim
is
that
fake.
he does.
Most of
Let's
his
be
stuff
honest.
is actually fake, so
Oh, yeah.
he probably has something that he says is for dysentery.
I remember.
Although he probably could actually whip up an actual, actually probably knows how to treat dysentery.
Westcott knows what he's doing. He just doesn't
He does,
care
actually.
to.
He is trained in medicine.
Let's go.
So you set off on the road. There is a puppy.
Steadily poking its nose further and further into the camera.
That is Haku in a nutshell.
That's just called our ratings just went up.
Be like, I demand attention now. Someone roll me a D10, please.
I did it.
Oh,
Do
Lord.
it. Do it.
I
Probably
did
get
it.
my dice out.
Do the thing.
4.
All right. So you make it a couple hours before. What is everyone's passive perception?
10.
11.
12.
16.
13.
Or no, perception 15. Sorry, I was reading the wrong one.
Okay. So those of you with
9.
a 15 or higher, Haku,
So
what
no.
are you getting into?
Not the lowest.
That's true.
Those of you with a 15 or higher, you start to notice clouds, heavy dark clouds rolling in.
How distracted am I that I'm not seeing giant dark clouds?
Well,
I mean,
they're sort of
here.
My,
rolling
look
in
at this
the
dirt.
distance. They're rolling in the distance,
Mhm.
so it's not
I'm
like
looking at the ground. It's fine.
it's not like they're super obvious. It's more of the folks who are like looking every direction and up and down and around are seeing there are some clouds coming in.
Sterling is seemingly having a conversation with the horses.
I'm like playing some variation of solitaire, sitting in the bed of the wagon, completely oblivious to anything happening out.
Fleur will.
I'm
Can I
watching
tell
Carolyn
how-
play, trying to figure out the rules.
Looks like it might
Yeah.
rain.
Hmm?
We might have a bit of a storm coming on. It's looking a little
Oh.
gray up ahead.
Can I tell how soon it might start raining?
Be a nature check.
Yeah, baby.
I was like Miss Nature over there. I'm sure can.
Yeah.
Dirty 20.
All right. Yeah. So, probably another. Not too much longer before like drizzle sets in, but if it's going to be a heavy storm, probably a good half hour or so before it really starts coming down.
Well, I'm not opposed to traveling in the rain as long as it doesn't get terrible.
I don't have sleeves.
That's just a poor choice on your part, isn't it?
Not usually in the rain.
I prefer to be at least under the wagon because points to all the papers that she has on her being.
Also,
the weather is very bad on my side.
About half of the wagon is covered.
I'll hop out so Esri can ride.
Yeah.
We should probably keep an eye out for cover, though, just in case it does get. I don't want our wagon getting stuck in the mud or anything like that, and causing a bigger mess.
It's not fun to dig a wagon out.
So, wow, I just had really funny flashbacks. Anyways, that's a story for another time about getting stuck in the mud in Africa.
Oh boy.
Anyways,
Okay.
it's a funny story, but I'll save it for another time. It's true story though.
So keep going and keep an eye out.
Keep an eye out.
Yeah. So you guys keep going, and starts to drizzle, starts to rain a little heavier. It's not too bad.
I'm just gonna keep my hood up.
And it's a fairly heavy rain in about a half hour, which is pretty much exactly what Cyrillis anticipated. So that's kind of honestly a little impressive.
We shall now call you AccuWeather.
Cyrillis is on her game lately.
Yeah.
It keeps going, and it picks up more and more, and it's getting a little hard to see.
I'm
More
gonna
than a
be
few feet in front
Fleur
of your
is
face.
curling up with all of her papers towards the back.
Fleur is looking for a
Yeah,
tree
I'm
cover
gonna
or
look for
something.
shelter if it's
I'm
getting
also helping with that.
cave.
Yeah. Roll me a perception check. Anyone who's looking for shelter can roll me a perception.
I'll give someone
Yep.
advantage.
Yeah.
I already have advantage, so somebody else take it.
I can take it.
Well, you can take it. That's fine.
I have high.
I mean, Ezra,
Are we allowed to take it?
Ezra, you're probably getting a straight roll because you are huddled under the
That's
cover
true.
of the wagon.
That's true.
Like,
okay, straight roll.
you can only do so much
Yeah.
looking.
I'd imagine Fleur is more or less out front-ish, being that she knows how to get to Brexit from.
Anyone else gets a normal roll or advantage if you take Guild's help.
Wow, that was not that great though.
Great.
16
perception. So
you said perception.
Did you roll with advantage?
21.
Me? Yeah, and I did not roll well.
Okay.
I got 21.
17.
14.
Okay, Sterling, you're the first one to notice a small cabin. It's a little ways off the road, but not super far. Looks, as best you can tell, it doesn't look like abandoned. It looks like people probably live there. But if they let you go in, it would be out of the rain, at least.
Hey, Westcott.
yeah.
How charming are you?
You sure you want to ask him that?
If you
I
need
don't know.
charming, I can be
Hey.
charming.
I don't know. He got
I'm
his-
not
be
saying you're
plenty
not good at it.
charming.
I'm just saying that I know your opinion of yourself.
I
He is
mean,
good
I
at making
just-
people like him.
Yes,
That's exactly the point.
I am.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I just,
Oh no. Please no
There-
beats.
There is a cabin over there, but I don't know.
Yeah. I
It
mean,
just seems
I
too
can-
convenient.
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know anything.
Yeah. Do I get a weird vibe? Insight
To be
check
fair,
on the
that is not
cabin.
the kind of shelter
Yeah,
Cyrillis would be
you
looking
can
for.
insight the cabin. It's going to be a fairly lengthy scene because it's a
It's a cabin
cabin.
to sleep in.
Cabin in the
okay.
woods.
How
I'm gonna
sketched
use-
does this cabin look?
Yeah, how sketched does this cabin look? I'm gonna use guidance on myself.
Yeah, you're welcome to insight check the cabin. Like, I will allow
Roll
it.
a D4 with
Can
that.
I insight
It's
the
Chris
cabin? I wanna insight the
Hemsworth around here anywhere.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well,
Our red D20.
I didn't need the guidance, but it's fine because that's 18 plus 7 plus 3.
Holy shit.
Wow.
So that's 28?
Swillis is trying to understand why everyone is staring at a cabin so intently.
I have 15.
Yes,
so.
28. Insight on how sketchy is this cabin.
Guild, it looks like a cabin. Westcott, it looks like a cabin. It's
Does it taste
it
like a
doesn't-
cabin?
It doesn't give you
Go full temp doctor on this.
specific bad vibes. I mean, like along your way, you've passed a few scattered homes and things like that. It's just this is the first one you've passed since the rain started getting really bad. So it's not like it's unusual for there to be houses along the road. This is a major road.
Yeah.
So it's not like you have any particular reason to be concerned that house on this road is going to be especially creepy.
This ain't Haunted Hill. This is fine.
It's not super nice. It looks big enough that either it's a very large room or it's multiple smaller rooms.
And we're not hearing banjo music, right?
Yeah, right?
Not hearing banjo music.
Yay.
I want to actually lean over to Cyrillis and say, you have any idea how long this storm's going to run?
What do I think?
Cyrillis, based on your roll earlier, unless you want to roll again,
Yeah, if you're just
probably a
gonna
good-
give it to me, go for it.
you think at least, well, I mean, you rolled a pretty good nature check earlier, so and it was to read the storm, which is still what we're reading. Probably a good couple hours, you'd guess. It's not going to clear up anytime immediate, at least.
Is it before dark or?
Probably a little before dark, but not. You might be able to get a good like half hour, 45 minutes on the road, but not like a good chunk of time after it clears up.
Probably for the rest of the day.
Lovely. All right. I guess this is why we bought extra food, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if we want to see if they'll let us stay in, or we can just kind of.
I don't really want to be in the rain
I mean,
anymore.
does it look like there's people home?
Yeah.
Are there like is there light or like lights
It's
or
a
smoke?
little
Like
hard to tell if there's smoke
I
because
guess
there's rain.
rain, yeah. Well, it's worth giving it a try.
It does look like there might be some light inside. Westcott in particular, I'm going to give this to you on your insight roll.
Yeah.
It does look like there's probably people home. You don't know who or how many or what, but
Well, yeah.
and you do notice the door is a little tall. It's not like giant tall. It's just a little taller than normal.
Yeah.
It's a hag.
It's a hag. Yeah. It's a hag.
He didn't get bad vibes from it though. With his 28,
Yeah.
as I recall.
They're good hag vibes.
Good hag vibes.
All right,
This
yeah,
is the wrong campaign for that.
Yeah.
It might be a decent hag
go-
quest this time. We don't know.
Alt campaign, we take all the hag quests.
We gotta differentiate ourselves somehow.
Yeah. I'll go knock on the door.
All right.
Is anyone
You knock
home?
on the door and come in. The door opens shortly after you hear coming.
Mhm.
And inside is a furbolg. With he's tall even for you, Westcott. But he looks friendly enough. It does smell a little funny in there as you take a sniff, but nothing like not pleasant, but it doesn't like set off any alarm bells. It doesn't smell like, burning flesh or something. I say as you
them
guys
raw,
were
guys.
One
concerned
stoner
about a
for Revolt.
horror.
Yeah,
You know.
horror cabin.
Oh, you folks need to come in out of the rain. Come in.
Yeah. Oh, that was easier than I expected it was going to.
He's a very friendly furball.
On the way in,
storm and looks at you guys
I'm
dripping
confused.
wet.
on the way in,
Invites you.
Fleur will just look at Westcott and say, "Not everyone is a horrible person."
I'm gonna kind of help Esri down while covering her books with my cloak as we walk in.
Thank you, Gil. It's okay. It's okay, Grim.
So you come in, and there's the male furbolg who greeted you, dressed in fairly simple clothes. Nothing, fancy or particularly ratty, just normal, serviceable clothes. And seated at a table that's a bit large for most of you is a female furbolg, similarly dressed. The one weird thing about this cabin is that there are little containers, cup bowls, vials, sitting in various places that just smell kind of off. Nothing like burning flesh, nothing like they're gonna poison you. Just like that's not normally what someone's living space smells like. What the heck?
Like,
Question.
what?
Can I tell what they smell like?
Since Daisy has keen smell, which basically gives advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on smell,
If
is this a scent that would prick, would it Daisy
I also have proficiency with herbalism.
recognize
okay, so
it? Is
anyone
it
who wants to roll a perception check, Cyrillus, I will give you advantage for your proficiency in herbalism.
I'm not even gonna
Fleur,
try because I'm real bad at
Daisy
that.
has advantage.
Yeah, I was like, I will roll for Daisy. Not that Daisy can tell me, but if Daisy would either recognize it or be like, do the dog thing where they're like,
Perception?
ooh,
Yes.
24.
24?
Oh, actually, that's with advantage. But let's see, what are the stats for Daisy? Perception. Come on.
13 for Esri.
Hang on. Sorry, I'm
I
like.
don't get any kind of
No, you're fine.
advantage for expertise in medicine.
So.
Yeah, you can for expertise in medicine. Yes, you can have advantage.
Okay.
Oh, that's a natural 20, so I'll take that over my
So 19 for Daisy, I think, if I'm doing this correctly.
Okay.
Because I think it just adds the wisdom modifier.
Okay, so 19 for Daisy, 21 for Westcott, and 24 was it for Cyrillus?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So all of you, other than Esri, rolled pretty darn well.
I mean, Fleur didn't roll, but I guess I could
Daisy
roll for
rolled.
Fleur, but yeah.
You said?
Yes, perception.
Okay. Yeah,
so Daisy starts sniffing around, and the furbolgs look kind of amused at this badger. Like, they maybe didn't quite notice the badger when they invited you in, but they're not particularly objecting to it. And Daisy goes up to one of the cups and starts.
What is it, Daisy?
Drug sniffing badger.
Westcott.
To be fair in the world, sorry. What is it?
Yeah, like Westcott and Cyrillus, both of you realize that, okay, this isn't the most pleasant smell, but these folks are probably, Paco, what are you doing? Mixing up some variety of folk remedies.
We found the hippie herbalist.
Yeah, you basically found some hippie herbalists in the middle of nowhere. Not
have
too far out of
something tying the
Hupperdook, but
campaigns
far
together.
enough.
They are inevitable in every town, even when there is
But
none.
it's like nothing about this scent is especially threatening.
Patchouli.
Except to your
Yeah,
nostrils.
Except that it smells
Truly.
the best, and you suspect that part of why it smells not great is because of the combination of smells. It's not so much that each
the bombardment of
individual container smells bad. It's that it's a weird mix of containers, and they're all combining into this weird scent. And
Simon's
the
headache.
female furball that was sitting at the table looks at the badger and says, yeah, so, I suspect your badger is not so bad at smell.
No, he's got a
I
very good nose.
apologize for any unpleasant scents, but, we're just, trying to make a living out here.
I think we're
And
just grateful to
keep
get out of the
ourselves safe.
rain.
Yes, thank you.
Well, you're very welcome.
I've been prestidigitating the water that soaked me this entire
Yes,
time.
same. The
Sterling
moment
was glaring at him.
books, make sure of anything, and then
Yeah, that's probably why Esri's perception roll wasn't so great.
Yeah,
It
too
was that
busy.
She was so busy prestidigitating everything.
So it's just shaking herself off.
But
yeah, pretty much.
This seems like a safe place. These people seem friendly. They're just the hippie herbalists that live in the woods. So where are you folks headed? After explaining her potions, she
It's like, oh yeah, I've well,
On to Rexentrum.
Oh, that's a pretty long journey. Coming out of Hupperduke, I assume, given they're on the road.
Yes.
Yep.
We
We'll
travel
be out of
into
your hair
Hupperduke.
before too long.
No worries, you're welcome.
it's much appreciated.
It's pretty nasty out there, it seems like. So, not
What
gonna...
gave it away? Guild says while just dripping in a corner.
I mean, the combination of all of you dripping all over the floor and also just looking out the window and seeing what's going on out there, pretty obvious.
Do you get a lot of visitors that you just let in?
Not that many, but if someone comes knocking and the man chimes in then, and they seem friendly enough. We're not averse to visitors, but mostly we live out here on our own. We're on the road, so every now and then someone shows up, but we live out here. We make some trips into Hupperduke from now and then to make some sales, and not a bad place. We get a fair number of travelers. At the very least, they're heading out east.
Whoa, robot.
Days,
Whoa,
so...
yeah, you went really robot.
Sorry, am I okay now?
Yeah.
I think
okay.
so.
I don't know why I roboted, but glad I'm okay now. They mostly heading east these days, but so Rexentrum's a bit unusual for us, but we're not trying to hide from anybody or nothing. We're just here. So sometimes people stop by, sometimes they don't. It's fun kind of watching the people traveling along the road, though.
People watching is fun.
There are a lot of interesting people on the roads.
No.
There are. It's and the woman, the female from Rock is like, lots of gnomes around these parts, but we get some other folks too, especially with how things are going these days.
What do you mean?
But I mean, there's a war brewing out there to the east, so that makes it a little more variety. Not the reason I'd want variety, but better than nothing. And there's others of our kind in the Crispvale Vale Thicket. Sometimes they stop by and visit, but we're not part
Are a
of
lot of soldiers moving around?
more than I might like, I'd say.
I was gonna say, who's moving
we're
east if there's war to the east?
Pretty close to
Mostly
couple
soldiers,
border garrisons.
some gnomes moving equipment, those aren't always soldiers. The gnomes, you know, they know their equipment, but they don't necessarily know war. Not that I know war, honestly. I don't want to know war, to be perfectly blunt.
Out of curiosity, you said you see a lot of people traveling. You haven't seen a noble-looking halfling like myself, probably dressed in dark clothes, wandering, coming through?
Halfling. Seen a few of them. Any description beyond dark clothes, sweetie?
I mean, when he's out and about, he usually tries not to be noticed. I'm even trying. I'm like, I don't know if I ever gave him a physical description. I'm like,
frantically scroll through character sheet.
I mean, family, or is it someone else?
He's. It's hard to explain, I guess. I don't. He kind of family. Kind of.
Family as in looks like you, darling.
No, not like that. He's he's a little taller. He has silvery hair. Even paler than mine, as her hair is blonde. He's rather pale in complexion. Like I said, he dresses in dark clothes a lot, but definitely of noble. I feel like he would stick out kind of in the woods if he came through here, but it's just a shot in the dark. But
Shit, I got coffee myself.
I mean, I've seen a few halflings, mostly small folk around here are gnomes.
Yeah.
Some soldiers, though, no one alone. So if he's likely to be alone, probably not. But if he doesn't like to be seen, I mean, we don't go out and like look for folks. We just sort of, I mean, I watch out the windows, or if I'm picking herbs or whatever. But
more like he doesn't like his. He doesn't parade around with his face on display, I guess, if that makes sense.
Can't think of anyone, darling. But
well, if you do
I'd
see
say
him,
if I saw him, I'd let you know. But I don't really
I
know
can-
how I'd let you know.
Yes, that's true.
Are you from Rexentrum? Is that why you're
Yes, yes.
All
So
right,
they
well,
would have been coming. Originally, they would have been coming from there, but I guess now they would be potentially headed back. I don't know.
Well, if I do see anything, I'll see if I can find anyone headed to Rexentrum and send word.
Hi! Thank you so much
Can't
for the
promise
raid!
anything because you know it's sort of dependent
Hi,
on
everybody!
whether or not
Welcome,
I see
welcome,
anyone
welcome.
headed to
Yes.
Rexentrum.
Glad to have you.
But
How was the stream?
I'm happy
Actually,
to try.
Everybody survive?
Does anybody here? Is anyone here good at drawing? Esri, do you know how to draw?
I'm a bit better with words, but like at least sketch things. Yes.
Maybe I could have Esri. If I describe to you what he looks like, do you think you could maybe? It doesn't have to be perfect, obviously, but something to. I'm doing a terrible job at describing him. But perhaps, if you'd be able to help and draw something that I could leave for them, so they would know what to look for.
We could attempt that.
And
You'll help
yeah,
me, right,
so
Corinne?
she'll-
And she sets the book on the table and starts taking out some.
So I feel like they'll have girl time, and because
Yeah,
she's like,
so you
"Oh,
guys
why
have
haven't I
girl
thought of this
time.
before?"
Fleur, if you're trying to describe, make me a charisma check, unless you're proficient in persuasion, in which case I'll let you do persuasion just to be very nice.
I'm gonna take off my hat
Hey, Princess
and
Fluffer
hand
Buddy.
it to Fleur
Hey, Mac the
in
Iceman.
persuasion.
B. Taylor. Hi, hi.
And
Puissant
say-
Pike. Hello, hello. Welcome.
Give it about an hour, and then you can make yourself look
Pardon me while I give you this since
like
Really?
who you're looking for. And that might,
Oh!
not to say, Esri, that
Oh!
we don't want you to marvel us with your artistic prowess, but this might be more effective.
Yes.
Perhaps?
But then, I mean,
All right.
if Esri could draw me then too, if I look like them, just so we could still leave them with a drawing. Fleur is very like, whoa, this is gonna be weird.
Maybe they can,
Teamwork
Esri can
makes
make
the dream work.
a
I believe I
check
read in
with
a book
advantage.
once.
Yeah.
All right.
Something
So
like-
Fleur, you don't need to roll anything because you're
Yeah.
gonna, after an hour, which you're gonna be
Thanks
here
a lot.
that
Thank you so
long
much.
anyway.
Oh,
Yes.
glad to have
Tune
you.
to a hat. Fleur, Esri, make me a. I'm gonna make it a performance intelligence check.
Okay.
Because you're using the abilities that like lets you sketch. Like.
Because
the
it's
sort of
not
things
listed in the player's handbook, and we have to come up with something.
Well, no, because performance charisma makes no fucking sense for this.
Yeah.
Performance
totally.
Yeah.
Dex could work, but I think what you're using is your ability to like draw detailed diagrams and shit,
Mm-hmm.
which is more of an intelligence skill.
Okay.
So performance intelligence, which means if you're not proficient,
Yeah.
you just add your intelligence modifier.
Okay.
But it's
Intelligence
still,
check.
you know.
Got it. Intelligence check.
Yeah.
Let's go. 8.
So the furbolgs look at Fleur and they see Fleur's appearance and they look at the drawing and they go,
It's a stick figure.
It's literally a diagram.
Literally.
But yeah, it's sort of like a little too much like a scientific diagram.
Oh, it's an anatomy picture. It's an anatomy chart.
Yeah. So you don't quite manage to move past like anatomy diagram into picture of person. They look at the drawing and one of them's like, the man is like, well, we know what he looks like, so we'll keep an eye out. They're very,
About to say, do you want me to try?
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
gloss over the idea. Like they don't.
I
they
know
don't
almost
say
all these
anything
people in
bad
real
about
life,
the
so
drawing.
and
They
they're
just say,
they're
"Well,
awesome.
We know what he looks like, so we'll keep an eye.
At least this group.
I mean, if Westcott wanted to try, he certainly could.
I'll give it a like just kind of sketch it into this off to the side while the
Yeah.
So
Like
do you
that because like I mean this is what's going on right now. So if Westcott's
Yeah.
bored, he certainly
Yeah.
can try to sketch Fleur.
Aw. That's very kind of you,
So
Dan.
that was what performance.
So for Westcott, probably more performance dexterity,
Dexterity?
than
Okay.
performance intelligence. Because the reason I gave Esri intelligence was because of using her ability to like sketch detailed diagrams.
Oh no, I'm
which
not
is
good
not
either.
what Westcott is presumably good at.
Just balls it up and throws it at. Nope, it's not good. I rolled a 2.
Oh no.
Which makes it an 8, but still.
Nobody can draw.
Not too far off from Esri's. Yeah. Yours,
Yeah.
when you see it, Westcott, it looks kind of. It's not hideous. But it's like you tried to draw a person and you just couldn't get any of the details right. So like the eyes nothing quite works, and it looks like this like alien person.
No, a little too uncanny valley. Yeah.
You're drawing that.
Nope.
Yeah.
Gonna pretend that didn't
It's a
happen.
little too weird.
I may have escaped from Area 51.
You know, between the hour for Fleur to return to the attune to the hat and the time it took for Esri and Westcott to attempt to sketch her, and the conversations that happened before, the storm seems to be if you look out the window, the storm seems to be starting to clear. And if you want to head out, you certainly can. There's you suspect a little less than an hour left till nightfall. And as they realize, you know, that things are clearing up and the time's going down, they're like, "Yo, it's clearing up, but do y'all want to stay the night, or do y'all want to hit the road? Can make it a little farther before it's time to go to
Be
sleep."
opposed to getting a little more travel in since we lost
Yeah.
most of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
All right. Well, if y'all ever round these parts again, feel free to stop in.
But before we go, what do you guys make?
Oh, make lots of things. We make. Well, we make occasional alcohol. We make number of poultices that help with wounds. Close them up a little more quickly. Don't heal them outright. That there takes magic, and we're not quite there. But things that make them feel a little better. Heal them up a little bit faster. We make some some stuff that's sort of a little more fun, if you will, not just the alcohol.
Well, if you if you make this and sell it as a means of making a living, I'd certainly take a bottle or flask or jug or container of whatever it is that you've brewed.
Cask.
Entire
whatever.
barrel.
I mean, we've got, and she starts going around. We've got this here, which helps you sort of recover when you're real tired. It's sort of. Look, if you didn't sleep real well and you need a little more energy, it's gonna give you a bit of a pick-me-up. Not quite the same as like things like coffee. This is a little more immediate and a little more lasting. You know how coffee sort of wears off if you don't find other ways to find yourself some energy. This one lasts you through the day until you can get some sleep.
Oh, I'll definitely be more than happy to take some of that.
That's useful.
Yeah, that sounds like it would be a.
Well, I can give you, say, let's see, what do I got here? And she does some looking and says, about. Well, it depends. I've got
Four
about
logo.
10 uses here. I can give you 3
I guess
uses for
fantasy 5 hour
5
energy.
gold, or if you want to pay like 15 gold, I can give you the full 10 uses. It's up to you.
I hand over 15 gold.
All right, you have 10 uses of a potion that will basically work like a
He's gonna turn around and try and sell
restoration to
it
clear
for
exhaustion.
20.
Of course.
It clears exhaustion, and a level of exhaustion when used.
Furbolg energy drink.
Yes, that is literally what it is. It's Furbolg energy drink.
Furbolg 5 hour energy. Let's do.
Would that be red Furbolg?
I feel like it's.
Why is it?
Yeah,
Be Red Minotaur.
Furbolg probably works.
Red Auroch.
Or
yeah.
Or a monster Furbolg or something like that. But yeah, it basically clears a level of exhaustion. And other than that, what do I got? I got some.
What's the fun stuff?
Well, this one here makes you think that you can fly. You can't actually fly, but you can run real fast. It's sort of a weird combo. Like you double your speed and you think you're flying. You're actually on the
Shirley's
ground.
eyes get really big.
I'm still trying to work on the idea of like
you're so fast.
Speed.
getting you fly. But
that's the weird. That is some of the weirdest drugs that I've come across.
Yeah.
And I've seen some
Is it
weird
fantasy
shit.
speed or is it fantasy meth? Let's go.
I think I want
So
it.
it doesn't have quite the negative effects of speed or meth. It just
It
sort
goes
of like
so fast.
it's a potion of Sanic.
It's good for about 10 minutes each dose. The challenge is you do think you're flying, so that can cause some weird side effects. We're still trying to work that part out. But it does
why
make
it
you
makes-
real fast.
I just
But
want
if
to
you-
see this.
How much?
If you know that it won't actually make you fly,
No, but
do you
it'll
still
make
think you're
it
flying?
Genuinely think you're flying. Like,
Oh,
I'm
you just
taking it
forget
and I
that we
know
told
I'm
you
not
that you
flying,
told us
but
about
I
it.
think I'm flying. It's real weird.
Oh. The brain is an amazing thing, isn't it?
How much? Well, given the weird side effects, we aren't quite selling it for quite as much as we might once we work those little kinks out.
Centaur zoomies.
We've got about 3 doses here, and it's, say, 2 gold per dose.
Take them all.
All right, you got 3 doses
Oh
of a
my God.
potion that literally doubles your speed, your movement speed. It also gives you what she doesn't think to say. And I'll make these in roll D&D Beyond. I haven't yet, but it gives you 1 extra attack per round.
Whoa.
But you genuinely
It's a potion of
fucking
speed.
think you're genuinely
So
think
it's
you're fucking
haste,
flying.
basically,
It's a
right?
potion of speed.
It's basically haste.
basically
but
haste.
Except you think you're
Except
flying.
you think you're
and
flying,
so
yeah.
it's real fucking unnerving.
Sterling 2, cruise control.
Oh god, okay.
Oh.
110 feet.
I'm so excited.
Movement.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Centaur's monks got the zoomies.
I love it.
Centaur
I
monk
love it.
zoomies.
And I will make these both in D&D Beyond, so you guys can
Oh my god.
add them, and I'll let you know once they're there. But
Man, I was just gonna ask for like a couple healers kits or something.
if you ask for healers kits, they do have healers kits.
Raymond Maine, thank you so much for this.
Oh my gosh, because I know Maggie.
Of zoomies and potion. Actually, no, that's not what I'm
because
calling it. It is a potion of zoomies.
Potion of zoomies.
Yes. Also because I know at least Maggie and Kristen will appreciate this. Now whenever Sterling takes that, he can be like Ken. Now that I have my claw, I can fly.
And also, Sterling, it is definitely very like depressing when you realize you're actually on the ground. So at the end of that 10 minutes, you're just like, it's not so much that you lose any like specific feature like class like abilities. It's more that you just are like, you're really bummed out. Because you thought you could fly and now you can't.
They
and
harshed
that's
my
really
mellow.
sad. So the side effect is literally that you're just bummed and you thought you could fly.
Potion of the sads.
I'm so excited.
Oh boy. They say they had like regular healing
This
potions.
I have to
Is that
see.
maybe-
Yeah.
They don't have healing potions.
Okay.
What they do have some healers kits and some stuff that could on a short rest act as an extra hit dice. What they said was they have stuff that could like cure, like heal the wounds faster, but not like immediately heal them.
Oh, okay. Hmm. I suppose a healer's kit wouldn't go amiss.
While everyone is shopping, I'm gonna step out and just get the horses ready and hitched back up and get things ready to get back on the road.
All right. Yeah, you can do that easily, Guild. Ezri, if you want a healer's kit, you can get that for like the equivalent of the cost of the player's handbook.
Okay.
They certainly have that.
I heard the equivalent of the cost of the player's handbook.
Right, like-
$29.95.
Their handbook was like $50.
I know, I was like,
All
this
right,
is some
fine.
expensive potion.
Very
In,
expensive
not
healer's
of,
kit.
In.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you
That's
guys,
fine, GP,
so
okay.
Sterling has 3 doses of the potion of zoomies. Terwin has 10 doses of the potion of exhaustion cancellation.
Where's
And
Bellis when you need him?
Esri
He doesn't need those anymore. He's fine now.
I'll also take a
Esri
healer's
has
You
a
say
healer's
that.
kit, or if you want a couple healer's kits, that's fine.
Yeah,
As long
I'll
as
also take one
pay the
just
equivalent.
so we have
Yeah.
an extra.
They have several of those. That's not like a limited thing because they use those, and she explains. Yeah, we use the those kits in crafting some of our potions. It's sort of handy to have the basic healing supplies when we are trying to make sure that our potions work correctly. Testing's a little bit tricky sometimes, and
It is. I've been there.
But we've got plenty, so y'all can have a few if you like it. And yeah, that's again the equivalent of the cost in the player's handbook, not of the player's handbook.
Thank you so much for that
and
sub. You got a good
Guild
props on
gets the
anybody.
horses hooked up to the wagon.
Thank you so much for your
the
support.
storm
Very
is
much
continuing
appreciate
to
it.
taper off, and now it's down to like a real light.
Allow me, if you're still around at the end of the
as
stream, allow me to
everyone
serenade you
heads
as I do with
back
everyone who subs to my
after
channel for the first
a
time.
very interesting time with some hippie
Unfortunately, I can't do it in the middle
herbalists
of game, but I
on the
will
road.
be happy to do
That
that.
reminds me, and I'm gonna take out the goggles that I found. Anybody want these? I think Esri said they're useful.
Yes. Goggles of being able to see in the dark.
Yeah, that.
Oh. I mean,
I don't need them.
I'll manage.
anyone could find them useful, I believe, but
I think Fleur, you being able to see what you hit in the dark,
I mean,
maybe.
if I certainly would not object.
I do enjoy serenading people.
I mean, I
if
can
something
magic
were to-
up light if I need it.
If
So
something were to
I can
attack us
also-
in the middle of the night, that would thank you. This would be most useful.
Yeah, I thought someone could make use of them. I honestly
you.
forgot about them.
Thank you. Now I'm just picturing Fleur in all of her pink and bows and just putting on these goggles and her eyes being like,
Even more steampunk.
Yes.
Yeah.
She is now the ultimate pink girly
Yes.
steampunk looking cavalier.
Not a badger.
Yeah, when Fleur puts those goggles on, she looks like weirdly steampunk. It's kind of odd.
Oh, her outfit is already actually rather steampunk looking. It's kind of great. I will have art someday. I'm getting there.
Oh, yeah. I miss Twitching so much. I'm gonna find.
Let's try to make up a little bit
I
of
still need to
time.
figure out the best way to set up a music
I
stream.
can make up so much time, but I won't waste it now.
But at least sing with my
If you want to run ahead, I'm sure we'll catch up to you tomorrow.
I'll just come back. It's fine.
Goodbye.
Coast is clear.
Now I'm actually just honestly considering if you gave those to the horses.
Whoa!
I don't think they were lying. I think it's a terrible idea.
It's a terrible idea.
But we would get
They would
so
freak
far.
out.
In the wrong direction, potentially.
That's true.
And you steer them when they're going that fast.
And
I
also
would
probably
try.
And not
I
everyone
would
can
want
ride in the
to try.
wagon,
I'm just
so
thinking that they
somebody
would
would
just
get left
think that
behind.
they're Santa's reindeer.
I mean, that'll just complete like panic because they're horses, and horses
They're
are
not
scared
in
of
the air.
everything.
That is true.
I feel like Cyrillus and Sterling in particular would realize how bad of
That's
an
a
idea
bad
this was.
idea.
The cart becomes a pod racer.
Let's just go like normal.
All
I think
right.
that's a better idea.
This is probably for the best. Yes.
Keep it in mind for later.
What
So
time
you
is
continue
it
on
now?
the road. It's getting close to nightfall. The sun is setting on
Slow robot.
in the distance, and
Yeah.
whoop, yeah, I'm getting a weird echo too. Hold on.
It's not D&D if there aren't tech issues.
That better?
Of course. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I think so, yeah.
So it's getting close to nightfall. You probably have about a half hour, 45 minutes till the sun is down. The sun is starting to set. But you can make a little more progress along the road. Before it gets fully dark, and the folks who don't have dark vision have a hard time seeing.
I mean, currently I have a hard time seeing.
Yeah.
But you make your way down the road, and you find what looks like a relatively safe spot to camp. Again, you're on a major road, so you suspect it's not too bad. You've made not quite a half day's progress, but close. Your stay during the storm limited your progress a little bit, but you make camp, and
Not ideal, but yeah.
yeah, I mean, you lost a little bit of time, but could have lost a lot more if you
Could have been very wet and very cold.
Yeah. Well,
That's true.
And you probably wouldn't have made great progress in that storm. It was real nasty. You could barely see in front of your nose. Like, it was bad. So you make camp, and I don't know if someone's going to take watch or what the plan is.
Take a watch.
We'll take a watch.
Fleur will take a watch to test out her new goggles.
Everyone
Take
can
a
take
watch,
all the
not with
watches.
Fleur.
I assume Sterling is sleeping sometime.
Oh yeah, he should sleep now.
I will
all
take
right,
a watch
so-
with someone.
Okay. Anyone else taking watch?
Yeah, Esri
Westcott,
can. She'll help out.
Esri,
Fleur will at
Gil,
some point.
Yes.
Sterling, Fleur. Okay,
We
everyone.
can
Basically,
alternate.
everyone.
We
Yeah.
all want to take watch.
Okay.
It helps if we double
so,
up on watches.
Who's taking first watch then?
I can.
I can.
Okay, so Sterling and Guild take first watch, which is an interesting combo. One of you roll me perception with advantage, or both of you roll me perception.
Take advantage, please.
Okay. I mean, my perception's good anyway.
That's why Guild is having you take advantage.
Very bad.
Okay. I lost. There it goes. So 18.
All right. 18. So the sun sets, it's getting dark. You hear the usual noises of wilderness. Nothing's fancy. No one else is traveling along the road this late. You suspect that most people have settled down for the night. And it's quiet, other than the occasional sound of frogs or bugs. All those things you'd expect at night. And the watch passes uneventfully unless the two of you want to do anything with it.
What are you delivering?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I mean, take out a little box like that big, hold it up. I mean, I was handed this. I was told who to take it to, and that's what I'm doing.
You didn't open it?
Of course not.
I would have opened it.
And that is why you don't do what I do. You have to have a certain sense of professionalism in this line of work, and poking into things tends to make the people that hire you unhappy.
Would they know you poked into it?
You know, I said that once when I first started, and it set off a poison trap in my face, and I never tried again.
But you survived.
I did. But
it wasn't worth it.
Wasn't worth it.
Who are you delivering it to?
I just have a basic description. Look, I've never been this far north. I don't know people up here.
A basic description. You're supposed to search all of Rexentrum for a basic person.
No, I have a location.
What if they're not there?
Then I guess they're not getting it.
Then you could open it.
I could if they don't show up. But I still wouldn't recommend it.
So what are the
Really wanna
chances
open the
that...
box.
Oh,
We're on watch.
Yeah.
Well, if they're not there, can I open it?
We'll have to see how things go.
Okay.
I'm not saying no.
I could probably open it better than you could.
I'm not going to deny that.
Sterling really likes opening things.
He's very curious, okay?
Note to
Look out for them.
self.
Okay,
Sterling
good to know.
likes opening things.
That's
Doors.
Chests.
Chests.
We borrowed
People
Sterling to
finally
kick a
let him.
chest open when you weren't here.
Yep.
Yeah, I heard. You finally let him do it. I wasn't even here.
hopefully that helps a bit. Now we'll turn
Okay, I'm
this
glad he
up
finally got to do
slightly.
it.
So, Guild, by the way, you would know that your package was meant to be delivered in the tangles of Rexentrum.
Okay.
Hopefully that's a bit better.
Near the Tower of Writ.
Okay.
It's a specific spot near there, not actually at the tower. But you'd know how to find it once you got there.
Okay. I am writing that down. Anyway, once this is in the hands of the right people, I am free to do whatever I'd like. So, as far as I'm
Feel like
concerned,
you
the sooner
can-
I hand this off, the better.
You've kind of been free to do whatever you like anyway. You said you weren't on a timeline.
I mean, loosely. I do expect it, like I said, by the end of the month, but we've got time.
Well, it's a good thing we didn't get stuck in that storm for much longer then.
Quite. I tend to,
Aren't very many days in the month.
honestly, I tend to assume that things are going to go wrong and plan for that as much as I can.
That is very smart.
You can't really account for things like weather or exploding kobolds. So,
Now we can.
we can, but would we be accounting for exploding kobolds, say, once we got to Rexentrum? Probably not. You never know.
We probably should, just in case. I think it's safe to assume that all the kobolds explode. You should always throw them.
That's concerning just on so many levels.
Always eat a kobold.
Why? It worked out for
Words
us
of wisdom,
before.
chat.
I just mean the idea that every kobold in the world is just going to explode at some point.
It is very concerning, that is true.
Dead kobold, boom!
Wasn't there a horror movie about that, like spontaneous combustion? But it's
Yes, we were that horror movie, but okay.
it's fair.
I guess we'll see what happens when we get there. Floating kobolds or
I'm expecting some kind of bullshit because I tend to expect bullshit everywhere I go. But we'll see.
do you expect it or do you create it?
Expect it. I try to stay out of it when I can.
It's working very well.
Oh, yeah, it's
I know.
Gremlins. Or for anime
But it's
fans,
been
Fire
fun, at
Force.
least.
That's true. This doesn't seem like too bad of a group, all things considered.
Really like Terwin.
He's not so bad, honestly. I've known people much worse.
That's unfortunate.
I think you'll get used to it.
Terwin, the most hated member of the party.
That's just for two of them.
That's what Flair's like.
What's
Taryn
not
brought
like Taryn?
pastries. I mean, someone.
That's not like Terwin. Someone not Terwin brought pastries.
Yeah.
Pastries
was
were
like,
brought. That's all you
"Alright."
need to know.
Yep.
Don't ask me any further
Then,
questions.
like, who ate the last one? Obviously, that's the problem.
Well, no one else was. Everyone was done eating them. Wouldn't want them to go to waste.
How do you eat that many pastries in one sitting?
Why do you not? They're good.
We don't really have anything quite that sweet in our kids.
All right. So,
anyways,
Guild and
flashback to
Sterling's. Yeah, I feel like that question from Guild, with conversation with Guild and Terwin, happened back in Hupperdook. Guild and Sterling's watch comes to an end unremarkably. Who's taking second watch?
I mean, Fleur, I feel like would, because she wants one where it's dark because she wants to test out
Fleur
her
and
new goggles.
Cyrillus. Okay. You can either both roll me perception or one of you with advantage.
I feel like we're both decent at it. I don't remember actually what Cyrillus is, but
let's see.
I mean, Cyrillus is.
I mean, you're
druid,
better than
so
me.
Probably
Yeah.
pretty good at it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you advantage. My dice don't always like me.
19.
19?
Yeah.
All right. So Cyrillus, you are somewhat intrigued as a really interesting combination of frogs have taken up outside the camp.
Oh yay.
You like animals, what can I say? But again, at one point during your watch, a group of travelers does travel by in the night.
Fleur
And
watches intently with
yeah,
her
you
goggles.
guys pause momentarily and watch carefully, but they just continue on rapidly. They look like they're probably soldiers of some sort, and you suspect, Fleur, that they're headed out towards Rockguard Garrison. Hence the traveling at all hours and
Yeah.
not just making camp and sleeping.
Yeah.
But other than that, again, it's a quiet watch. You're on a major road. You suspect that ideally most watches are probably going to be quiet, because since you took the safer route, there's not likely to be a ton of disturbances. But so far that has played out, and it is a quiet watch.
I feel like while they're on watch, Fleur would just... So, you really like animals and nature, huh? Trying to figure out this thing that is Cyrillus.
Good luck.
Yeah. Did you grow up out in like the woods, or?
I think so.
You think so?
It just feels better.
You think so? You don't remember where you grew up?
No. Were you there? Because we kind of talked
Yeah,
about
this came up last
I remember
session.
you talking about it.
We talked. This may have
I
been
don't
after
remember
you left.
Yeah, it was on the
Yeah, I
way
think she was
home,
after she
so
went to
Fleur would
bed.
have been there, but you might not have heard all of it.
Yeah.
So
We'll say Fleur didn't hear all of it, so you get to retell it again. Because no, you did not tell me any of this. I definitely was not there.
No, I don't really remember. I can remember how to live,
Well, that's
but
a
I
good
don't
thing.
remember how I learned it.
So, like, do you remember your
Thanks for
family?
stopping by, Danger Sphinx. Have a good one.
No.
Oh.
That
I'm
feels
sorry.
weird.
I mean, I'm sure you have one. Or had one.
Yes, it feels like I should have one, but I don't remember anything. So I don't remember what to miss. But I still kind of miss him.
That makes sense. I mean, I can't begin to understand what that feels like, but it makes sense. But you know Sterling. You seem to know
Yes,
Sterling quite well.
Well, I found him while I was traveling, and I decided to stay with him because it felt like centaurs were important.
Well, that's a good reason. You seem to
Yeah.
have good instincts, so probably best to trust them.
I do.
I should probably warn you, though. Have you ever been to Rectentrum?
I don't think so.
So it's a bit of a big city. Different from Hupperduke, very different from Hupperduke. But yeah, not a lot of nature and things. It's very city.
Well, that's not bad, I don't think. I definitely prefer being outside and where there's not a lot of buildings and people, but it's still interesting to see them.
Well, that's good. There's certainly lots of interesting people there.
That's good. Are you from there?
Yes, my family is one of the noble families there, actually, in a bit of leadership. I forget what her father's position actually would. Actually, I don't know if I ever figured that out in D&D terms, but yeah, some noble.
I don't think you ever told me what it was, but
Because I'm not sure actually like how the classifications work exactly, but essentially the equivalent of like an earl or something.
yeah,
So,
we can work out the exact details.
yeah, I was like,
but-
I don't actually know what they would
Most
be
of
called
those
there,
terms kind of go over Cyril's head.
but yeah, that's why
Fleur
she's
doesn't understand them
I
anyway.
feel like Fleur is also like trying to like, how do you explain this? Because like, yeah, pretty much assuming Cyrilus has no idea what titles are. Like, she's not that smart, but she's smart enough to be like, okay, she doesn't really know titles and labels and things like that. So, but yes, so yes, this all of the traveling and adventuring has been new for me. But it's very exciting, and I get to spend time with Daisy, and so that's the best part, really.
Daisy is nice.
I'm glad you think so. A lot of people tend to be scared of Daisy when they first meet him, but he's very sweet. It's just big.
He's not big for everybody.
Well, no, I guess, but big for a badger. I mean, he is a giant badger.
If you're from a big city that's not outside, how did you meet Daisy?
Yes, I
that's
guess
been
that
the
is a
real
little
question.
curious. Now it's coming into character. No, it is not pedigree badger because I'm going with my original story of
Darn.
You probably could have found Daisy outside of
yeah.
Rexentrum. Yeah.
That or I feel like possibly we'll say my father actually found him. He was out on a patrol of some sort, or I forget exactly what, but he came home. He found a little a small little badger cub, and he was just so cute. So I asked if I could raise him, and then he got a lot bigger than I thought he would. I didn't realize he was a giant badger because giant badgers, when they're baby badgers, are still just so cute and cuddly. So then when he got big enough, I decided to see if I could ride him. Most of the other people that I trained with rode, ponies and things, but I've always loved riding Daisy more. He's more comfy. He's more squishy. He's more fuzzy too.
Yes, he is. Cirilla said, not sure what is better about those things about riding today, but not
But
gonna
they're all
argue
true.
But technically correct. Again, best kind of correct.
So, your watch draws to an end. And the morning is getting closer, but who wants to take third watch?
Guess if you can
Esri
see
and
closer to the-
Westcott?
Sure.
All right, Esri and
Lord.
Westcott, take a watch.
These are the weirdest combinations.
I love it.
Right?
It's so great.
I set up my spell. I
Yeah,
went to
Darwin-
sleep, and I was out.
Yeah,
Right.
one guy who can't get exhausted now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gets all the sleep.
I don't know
Well,
if it's
I
still.
mean, you can share the potions with
Yeah.
other people too.
I don't know if it's still too
well.
dark for my glasses, but.
So you could get your glasses would make it a straight roll instead of a disadvantage roll.
Okay.
So either you guys can roll each roll, or technically, if one of you wants to give the other advantage, because your roll would be straight with the glasses.
Yeah.
You can one of you can give the other advantage. It's up to you guys.
I'm plus
said,
6, so.
I'll give you advantage then.
Okay.
I got a
You can see
plus
shit.
1.
Westcott is not a wisdom.
So yeah, if you've got higher
cleric.
perception, then
Okay.
yeah.
I haven't used this one in a while.
Is it higher than a 1?
I'll be right back. I'm just grabbing water.
24.
24. All right, so your watch is sort of in the tail end of the night. And as dawn creeps up, you start to hear birds chirping in the trees. You start to hear people on the road, and as you look out across the road, you do see scattered groups, none large, no like big caravans. The biggest group is actually probably the group that Fleur and Cirilla saw of soldiers. But there's movement and there's life, and it's less like night and more like the early dawn hours as the sun comes up and nothing particular disturbs your rest.
Yeah, so I spent a lot of time flipping through her book, seeming to talk to Grim every so often about things, and listening to another half of a conversation that Westcott can't hear.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let her do that.
Because kind of weirded out by talking to the book.
Kind of curious, but also like,
like might perceive that he seems a little weird about it, but not. She doesn't have the insight to really.
You know what? I'm just
Really?
gonna...
Yeah. He's just not interrupting. He's just like, that's odd, but okay, you're talking to your book.
Okay.
Moving on.
Kind of getting used to it at this point. So
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You have talked to Grim a few times.
Yeah, that's true. And yeah, at the end, probably she'd have taken off the scroll that had been on her belt and kind of opened it up, and it would be empty. So she'd go through the same motion in front of Westcott of just bring up the quill, moving it, flipping it to the same page, doing some flourishes, and just kind of pulling copy out of it in like a thing and pasting it down there, and it kind of becomes a scroll on the I guess a log next to her or something like that. That should be useful going forward. Hopefully.
What is it?
Well, the type of magic that I learned, it allows me to create scrolls now. Grim provides the extra mana necessary, and it goes into the quill, and it makes a perfect copy. It only lasts 24 hours, but it amplifies the spell a bit in case we need it.
Useful. Did not understand half of that because he doesn't know anything about magic. He knows
Westcott's
nothing
like,
about magic.
Well,
Westcott smiles and nods.
That
Mhm.
sounds really useful. You're clearly excited about it, so.
Grim is amazing. He's the best partner anyone could have. Oh, you're muted.
That,
oh, or you
No, she's
roboted
fine.
or something.
Oh, yeah. That cough is seriously.
Mm.
Have you gotten that looked at all?
Oh, it's fine, Mr. Westcott. It's just something I live with now. But which is why I want to go adventuring out in the mountains and find something secret, something to uncover. A legacy, I guess.
What, before you die?
Isn't that what everyone wants to do before they die?
I mean, yeah, but you're what, like 20?
23.
Okay, oh god. People aren't talking about their legacy at 20. Oh boy. Okay,
they
no,
don't?
it's cool. I mean, I'm sure some people do. You know.
Well, I mean, you've seen me. I know I'm not as strong as everybody else, and everyone has to look after me sometimes. But my magic's still good, and with Grim, I can be more powerful for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's all accurate.
There's been plenty of stories, adventures. People like us don't last that long anyway. So, no, us as in no, not you,
No,
Mr. Westcott.
I know you're not I know you're not including me in I know. Wow, okay. This conversation has taken a turn I was not expecting.
Sorry, I'm not really good at talking to people. I'm good at reading things. I'm not very good at reading people. I was just around a bunch of wizards kind of like me for a long time, so didn't really talk much. Sorry.
To apologize.
No, I'm not trying to be grim. No, this is not the same grim as Grim,
No.
but
Yeah.
but there's nothing to worry about.
Ooh.
So,
sorry, Grim. I'm
If
very
you
bad
ever
at this.
want me to try and figure out something to help you with that cough and your whole situation, just let me know, because I do actually kind of know, medical stuff.
I appreciate it, Mr. Westcott, but I'm pretty sure you can't fix this. I know why, so it's okay. But it's nothing I want to fix.
Offer stands if you change your mind.
Thank you.
So as this horribly awkward conversation
Like,
goes
oh,
on,
yep. I'm not.
The sun comes up and folks start to wake as Westcott just sort of trails off into and another day comes about. You break camp, you load up into your wagon, hitch the horses, and set out again on the road. And someone please roll me a d10.
I'll do it this time.
Oh, okay.
1.
Ooh.
All right. So you continue down the road. You see some groups of folks. Nothing too exciting. Number of gnomes heading east with some odd mechanical constructs that don't quite make sense to any of you. Maybe Terwin and Esri could like begin to figure out how they work if they had time. But they don't, because these gnomes and their devices are hurrying down the road past them. So not much chance to examine these devices. But there's luckily no rain today. Whatever storm you ran into yesterday seems to have blown through and does not appear to be repeating itself. And it is a nice, pleasant, full day of travel. And you make good progress. At the end of the day, you make camp again. I am not going to make everyone take watch a second time unless people specifically want to RP watches. Because there's only so much quiet watches you can take on a major road that has guards and things like that. But you bed down, you have a good night. Terwin probably sets up his alarm spell again.
You're muted.
Yes, I set up the alarm and spend some extra time summoning a familiar.
Okay.
Black cat. And she just sort of wanders around outside of camp at night as well.
So there's a cute kitty keeping watch for all of you. A cute void kitty.
Void kitty.
Void kitty.
Void kitty.
That's why people tend to refer to black cats as void cats, because they're just like black.
I love black cats. They're the best.
No, black cats are great. Not a criticism. Just they look like a void.
Fair enough.
And it's a good night's sleep. I mean, as good a night's sleep as any night on the road is. You're starting to reach the end of your really nice rations. But Fleur, you know from this road that another day or two and you're going to probably hit at least a roadside tavern or two. So you might actually get pretty decent meals before too long. And a new day dawns, and once again you set out on your journey towards Rexentrim. A third person can roll me.
I roll
a d10.
Okay.
7.
7. You have mostly a quiet day. It's pretty normal. It seems pretty standard, except
keyword
about
seems
midday. You see, okay, that looks like a Cobalt Soul monk. They've got the blue of the Cobalt Soul. They're hurrying down the road. A few feet after them is a monkey. And then a few feet after that is a
Maggie, we just turned our head the same way.
And then
I like to
not long
imagine Fleur
after
must have did
that is a pig. And all these people and creatures are just hurrying down the road in the opposite direction of you for some completely unknown reason.
Shirley looks at Guild.
You all saw that, right?
Do animals
to ask
normally do that?
What was that, Kia?
He said this might slow us down.
I want to ask and I don't.
Should we be worried?
Just starts writing this down. Like
so they were running, but nothing was seemingly chasing them.
No,
right?
they were
just
running. They were just hurrying down the road, like with purpose. And the turtle
like
was moving
speed walking.
oddly fast for a turtle. Because turtles are
Power
usually
walking
fairly
turtle.
slow.
Power
What
walking
did
turtle.
they give him?
But they're there and they walked and they continue past you and like you turn and look and they just continue on down the road. A monk, a monkey, a turtle, and a pig. And you have no idea why this combination of creatures would be on the glory run.
That is
There's
the
a
strangest
That
punchline
thing I've
is
here.
ever
a
seen.
glory
Yeah.
run.
Why? They're
Which direction were they traveling?
heard this joke.
So they were heading. You're currently in like the Crispvale thicket, and they were heading through the thicket on the road towards Hupperduke.
So they were journeying to the west.
Hey, Jack.
Yeah.
I'm so glad someone
to the west, but I was like, are they heading west?
Yes,
You're
that
heading
was an
west.
intentional choice.
I am delighted by that. Thank you.
Roxia, hi. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream?
There's a punchline, but
Welcome. We just got like a Journey to the West
Anyway,
reference
At
in our
least we all
D&D
got
game.
the reference.
Yep.
Yeah.
It took me long, but until you said that.
What were you
I was like,
playing?
oh,
That
wait.
is the
Yay,
best
glad to
random
hear.
encounter I've ever seen.
You're welcome for rolling that 7.
Yay.
But character, you have
Ooh,
no
FFX
fucking clue.
dice.
Yeah.
what
Yep.
this
And
is.
your
That was
in-game
fun.
character, I like to think that Fleur and Westcott simultaneously, just like my United, just.
Oh.
Also, like, yay for siblings being in sync from how
Yeah.
many 100 miles apart still. Like,
Oh, okay. Who wants to explain the reference to
I
Brendan?
Journey to the west.
Oh no.
Like the Monkey King and
Yeah.
I'm not as familiar
yeah.
with the whole thing, so until I heard, like, West, I was like,
Yeah.
oh,
and its
that thing.
various
And
adaptations.
Yeah, no, there's
Chinese
a reason
folklore chat.
specifically.
Well, I mean, that's
say
why I
west
said it the way I did. It's like, so,
Yeah.
so they're journeying to
Yeah,
the
so
west.
Yuki and Dragon Ball
Yeah,
are
no, there's
based
a reason
on it
I
as well.
didn't say west because I didn't want you to necessarily immediately make the connection unless it really pinged something. All right.
Well, that's why I asked the question,
Yep.
because I wanted the reference
Yeah.
to be out there.
Hey, Sterling, have a chat
Yep.
inspiration.
But by the end of the day, you hit a bit of a crossroads. You'll be heading north to continue on your way towards Hupperduke. And you think you're almost out, Floris in particular, you think you're almost out, you're basically out of the Crispvale thicket. Like the trees are fairly heavy behind you, but are thinning out ahead of you. And it's another quiet day, some other travelers passing your way, but nothing too crazy. Other than that one moment of just like,
Can't get
what
weirder than that, I feel
hell?
like.
I feel like several hours later, Guild is just sitting on the edge of the cart, just like, you know, that one's gonna be stuck in my head for a while.
Be thinking about that for a
Yeah, Fleur is riding
we're
Daisy
all
just like to
awake,
herself,
right?
just
I've
like,
seen some strange
Liquid is
shit, but
not
that's
gonna
up
believe
there.
this one.
I feel like Ezra is writing Journey to the West.
Yes! Written by Ezra.
Going.
I feel like Fleur and Westcott, who are probably the most familiar with the Cobalt Soul, the Guild's probably encountered them in the past too. And Terwin. Cyrillus and Sterling probably have no idea.
Way.
And Ezri, I feel like probably actually doesn't know much about the Cobalt Soul either, just based on her background.
Yeah.
You're like, well, it was a Cobalt Soul monk.
So
they're kind of weird. Like,
yeah, they can.
Yeah,
they're sort
maybe
of,
it's
they
some
sort of
new
do
training
their own
thing.
things.
Well,
So
I mean, they're into, you know.
As
Who
long as Soros
knows?
was able to tell that the animals were not hostile and seemed to be journeying
no, the
with them on
animals
their
were
own
just
intention.
running along the road. With
Yeah.
Maybe they got some of that zoomy juice.
Yeah,
Zoomy juice.
What did they give them?
They all thought they could fly, so they were just hurrying.
That
That had to be
explain a lot,
it, right?
actually.
Yeah. would explain the turtle.
Yeah, I've never seen a turtle move that fast.
That was a
Why
very fast
wouldn't
turtle.
we give a turtle Zoomy
It's
juice?
a very fast turtle.
That's a good point, actually. I mean, if you had a turtle and you had Zoomy juice, I feel
As he
like
starts
those
scribbling out what aerodynamics
Yeah.
you would need to make a turtle go that fast.
I mean, I feel like, anyone with like a wisdom or intelligence over about 15 would be like, well, if you had to travel with a turtle that was traveling under its own speed, that is the one of the creatures you would absolutely give Zoomy juice to.
The turtle is traveling down the road at X amount of miles per hour. How long before they reach Rexentrum? Oh.
Exactly. But you have another quiet night.
There probably nobody
And-
can sleep because we're all thinking about this.
Yeah,
Where's
you
the
might
fire?
you don't quite hit exhaustion in the morning because you all do get enough sleep. Some of you might have weird dreams about like monkeys and turtles and
Turtles on speed, it's fine.
turtles that can fly, and that's a little weird. Like, why is the turtle flying? You're
Monkeys
not
with
quite
magic
sure.
Yeah. Oh no! This is
But-
when Ezri writes up Sayuki's story.
Yeah.
It was a fever dream.
Yeah, that was
Yes.
It is my
all the Sayuki things just
Yep.
materialize.
luck.
But other than strange dreams about weird combinations of animals and turtles that fly, it's a fairly normal night. And you wake up the next morning and continue on the road. This is day, 3.5 of your journey, because your first day was about a half day. And if someone will roll me a d10 again.
Who wants it? Well, I got one.
Other 4.
Oh, you got it. You got it.
Oh.
4.
4?
Yep.
All right. So you're mid-afternoon. You've seen a couple other groups traveling, but nothing to be particularly concerning. And then ahead of you, Fleur and Ezri. I think you guys have the highest passive perception.
Yay.
Oh wait, what's Cyrilus?
Yeah, Cyrilus is probably higher.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, Cyrilus is highest. Okay. Sorry, I think last time I asked about perception, you weren't present. So Cyrilus, Ezri, and Fleur. Unless, what does Sterling have?
13.
Passive? 18? Okay.
13.
13. Okay. So yeah, not Sterling. I just know he's a monk, so he could have high wisdom.
Yeah.
But not
Ezri,
proficiency,
Cyrilus,
it
and
seems.
Fleur.
Yeah, he's not proficient, but he is.
You spot out in the distance what looks like, are those puppies? And then you get closer. Oh, that's a dead kobold. Looks kind of familiar.
Wait, what?
Oh.
Oh
no.
A pack of feral puppies.
Oh.
Oh, they're so cute.
The kobold is kind of in pieces, and you hope that it's already exploded.
Oh.
But the head is still there, which is what you recognize. And these little puppies are, doing what animals do sometimes and scavenging some flesh from this poor kobold that looks a lot like the one that you gave major PTSD to.
I was very nice to him.
Ezri with
in
a
a
poor
better place
constitution
now.
goes to
Yeah,
a corner
he's in a
and
better-
gets sick.
She's in a better place now.
I have a question.
Yes.
If he hasn't exploded yet, will the puppies explode after they've eaten
No,
him?
so it looks like Cyrilus in particular, with your perception, it looks like maybe it did explode, but after the head and the body were somewhat separate.
That's the worst.
Yeah. He's in
The
a better place.
body exploded, but the head that's why you can recognize the head, is that the head was not actually with the body.
Oh, that's just unpleasant.
Well, we weren't the most traumatic thing you ever experienced.
As you
No,
get closer,
snake.
the one of the
Yeah.
puppies starts to raise its hackles and growl at you to stay away.
Yeah, well,
Especially like
Yeah.
Cyrillus,
You eat your food.
you definitely get the vibe of this is our kill. Keep away from it.
well, there goes
Wolves
my
aren't
appetite.
friendly.
Just don't stop.
Yeah.
Keep
going.
moving.
Keep going.
Yeah.
And
As you go on past
Prestidigitates.
and don't appear to stop, the puppy stands down and turns back to doing what animals do in the animal kingdom and eating the meat that is available to it.
Guy.
Well, that's just unfortunate.
Yep.
Sure ran far though.
Yeah?
he did.
You know, he tried.
He did.
But just run it back.
I don't think I like puppies anymore.
Why not?
When they're not feral and
Yeah.
There's
eating
still puppies.
dead kobolds on the side of the road, they're fine.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like any of you with any
Cyrillus
real
is not off
like,
put by this at all.
yeah,
No, we
Cyrillus is
noticed.
not at all because this is just the circle of life.
Yep.
Like, animals, creatures die, other creatures eat it. That's how you do. Sterling, who mostly eats vegetables, if anything, is probably the most off put by this because Sterling doesn't even. Yeah, no. Why do you
Nope.
need meat? What is this thing?
They're carnivores.
Yeah, let's move a little
But
faster.
is it
I
necessary?
can smell that.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know
smells
if it's what
horrible.
just came out of Esri or what came out of that kobold.
Does it mean prestidigitation?
But other than
I've probably
that
got something
poor
for nausea in my
kobold
bag.
that had a traumatic life and apparently a traumatic death,
Ugh.
your day is relatively quiet and you make good progress along the road.
You know, I don't exactly feel guilty, but I just.
Yeah.
Nobody deserves to get eaten.
I would not argue for nobody, but.
You're right. Some people deserve to be eaten.
Hey, Phantom.
Sterling looks at Terwin.
Welcome.
Oh, good, you understood.
I narrated for you.
I think it was all fairly obvious.
Let's have a less of that tomorrow.
Yes.
Hopefully we'll be able to sleep in an actual bed soon.
Yeah, so as you reach the end of your day, it's getting a little late and you're starting to look for somewhere to camp. But Fleur, you know that there's probably something coming soon, so you sort of urge everybody to press ahead. And it's a good thing you do, because up ahead,
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Glad to have you.
not too far, the sun is starting to set, and like normally you'd probably have made camp by now. But there is indeed a tavern and inn ahead of you. And as you go closer, you see a tavern named the Imaginary Canary.
Well, that's a name.
It's painted yellow. It's like it's leaning into the canary motif. It's bright, it's vibrant.
That is
I like
a very interesting color for a building.
I think it's yellow
I mean,
inside.
you certainly won't miss it.
I mean, yeah,
marketing.
there's
Yeah.
that.
Memorable.
Good marketing.
Good marketing. Good brand.
Good branding. Yep.
Is there somewhere to hitch the wagon?
Yes. This is clearly an
Stable.
inn that is designed for travelers on the road. And so there are stables also painted a quite vibrant yellow. There are hitching posts, and you can fairly easily stow the wagon and the horses. When you go to do that, the stable hands say, "2 silver if you're not staying, but if you're staying, still 2 silver, but let them know you have horses and they'll deduct it from your bill."
All right.
Good to know.
And we are.
Yes,
Why would you
we are
leave the
hoping to
horses
stay.
here if you're not staying here?
That
I
is a
mean,
good
once in a while
question.
we have folks who don't like inns and they want to stay on the road, but they also don't want to like leave their horses out on the road. It's weird. I don't understand these folks. They're strange sometimes. But
I
maybe you're just
understand those
stopping in to
folks.
eat
Okay.
something.
Yeah, they leave the horses. We feed the horses, which they like.
Is it false advertising if it's not imaginary?
The canary
Maybe the
is
canary's
imaginary, not the
imaginary.
inn.
I knew it.
There's no actual canary. So
There can
Why
be.
is the inn yellow?
There can
Become a
be.
canary service?
because canaries are yellow?
The
Oh.
imaginary canary is clear, right? So why is it yellow?
Because it makes you think of
I thought about it
canaries.
for a second. Oh wait, I can't do flying speed creatures yet.
I don't get it.
Yeah, no.
That just made it better there. It's
Yeah,
like,
not yet.
no.
I don't know how to how to explain to you what like a motif is. Do you understand what a motif is?
It's like a
Don't know what a
mascot
motif is.
It's such good marketing.
It's a mascot.
or
I don't know how to explain that. So we try to say
Going inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, the
stable
stable hand, go
until
inside.
unless and until Sterling leaves. But basically, he's trying to explain that like the idea is a canary, but there's no actual canary. But they're using like the basic like features of a canary to make the inn more noticeable and appealing.
You could just
Themed.
paint it yellow and call it good.
We did, and called it the imaginary canary.
Then it's just confusing.
Well, what would you call it then?
Yellow.
Yellow in.
Inns
Yellow.
don't call themselves a single color, in case you're curious.
No, those are nightclubs. There's a difference.
Yeah.
You're an odd one, aren't you?
Oh, was that a compliment? I can't tell.
Yes.
I appreciate it.
We'll go with that.
Ezreal has dagger behind her back.
Fleur
ready
just
to
get
stab.
Fleur will aside to them and just say, "Yeah, Sterling's kind of literal sometimes.
Fair enough.
He's odd. You're right. He's odd."
That said, I don't really know how to explain in names to someone that literal.
That's why it's imaginary.
So, well, enjoy your stay then, and we'll take care of your horses for you.
Is there food? I'm looking for food.
Yeah, so you make your way in, and it is a tavern, and it is fairly busy. There's tables empty, but like there's a good mix of folks in there, and there's absolutely food. Looks pretty decent, honestly. So if you make your way over to the counter, one of the people there's several people back there, but one comes up and says, "Well, what can I get y'all folks?"
Food, rooms,
Drinks.
Food
too.
rooms.
Good at that?
Oh, yeah.
how many rooms? How many are you? He looks around.
7 of us.
Count as 2.
Yeah, he counts as 2.
All right. So 7, but actually 8. Number of rooms. Y'all want to share? Or you want to
sleep outside?
All right.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah, I
2 of
think
you are
2
outside.
outside.
So 5 people.
Ezra and I can share. I'm very little. If that's all right,
Okay.
Ezra. I enjoy the company.
All right. The rest of y'all. There's 3. That leaves me with what? 3 of you?
The guys just all to bunk up.
Yeah, basically.
I was like,
don't
I'm
know, like,
little, and
bunking
I
up
feel like
on
she's just fascinated by Ezri's magic and things, and so she's just
If
like,
there's
"We
enough
can
room in
share
a room, that's fine. It's for a
Oh,
night.
that's fine, of course.
Yeah, I mean,
Actually, it's more like Terwin has the third wheel.
Yeah, no, I mean, if anyone asks, there's definitely enough room for the night for 3 people. The rooms are designed to accommodate travelers, so they have rooms that are for one person, and they have rooms that are for like up to 4 people. To make sure that groups that want to stay in the same room have that option. It's a little bit more for the bigger room, but less than it would be to get like 3 individual rooms. And with the stable fee deducted and the fact that Sterling and Cyrillus are apparently just going to chill outside somewhere, it is
We'd like to stable our centaur.
Yeah.
It is
And our druid.
And our druid.
You know.
They can stable themselves.
Yeah.
It is 9 silver
And the badger.
for
That too.
the oh yeah,
yeah.
the badger is included in the 2 silver for the stable. The centaur and the druid probably weren't. They might have to pay extra if they want to stay in the stable as opposed to just outside, because the stable hand did not expect that. Unless they want to stay in the same stall as like Daisy, in which case,
Which
whatever.
I feel like they've done before.
Yeah,
At least
maybe.
Cyrillus has.
Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure Cyrillus has used Daisy as like a body pillow.
Like if they want to stay in the same stall,
Daisy.
then the stable hand will be like, well, that's a little weird, but yeah, sure, you're paying for the stall, whatever. But it's 9 silver for rooms for everyone else, the 2 rooms, and also food for the group. That's after deducting the 2 silver for the stable, because apparently that is a discount.
It's like in a hotel. If you park your car at the hotel, then you get your parking validated at the front.
Exactly.
There you go.
That's
There you go.
exactly what this is.
We've been validated, Cyrillus. We've been validated.
But if you guys grab a table, doesn't take them too long to bring you out some nice hearty food. I assume Sterling specifically asks for not meat.
Of course.
And so he gets. This is actually a little bit better than Hupperduke level fare. This is a road that's fairly major, and so they get all sorts of folks along it. Whereas in Hupperduke, it's like lots of partying gnomes.
Yeah.
So you get a little more range here, and so you actually get what is a fairly nice platter of vegetables. Some potatoes, some carrots, a little salad. Nice range.
Ezra asked for something light on her stomach after what happened before.
And for the whole group, for like a dessert course, they bring out some nice baked apples. But everyone else gets, nice hearty fare. Nothing super, super fancy, but decent food.
Better than rations.
This is definitely an improvement.
Smells better than the cabin.
Mm-hmm. Although they were very nice.
They were very nice.
Just we just seem to run into a lot of strange people.
I mean, we're strange people.
Yeah.
That is fair. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Not at all.
I'm perfectly 100% normal.
Me too.
Fleur is just like laughing behind her drink and just like, okay.
Oh, Fleur, don't pretend that you are not part of this.
Yep.
Ezri's having a conversation with her book during
I'm not part of this. I would hardly call you lot normal.
You are one of this lot.
Oh, I'm aware. I'm the girl who grew up riding the Badger. Trust me, I know I'm not normal.
Oh, at least
good.
You know.
As long as we're all in agreement.
Which is why I feel like Fleur's just like, what do you mean you're normal? Like,
Guild was being extremely sarcastic and gesturing toward his gold skin as he said it.
Someone does not understand sarcasm.
Normal is relative anyway.
That's fair.
You're not wrong.
If everybody is not normal, does that make it normal?
I haven't had enough alcohol for that kind of a conversation.
Yes.
Just hold up the book. Grim certainly thinks so, Mr. Sterling.
It's Grim.
Her book.
Hold up the book. His full name is Grimoire.
You named him?
Yes. Well, he helped choose it. I give him a couple options.
Your book talks.
Or
Since
she
when?
talks to the book.
Both.
Something trapped in it?
Oh no, it was part of a ritual. In my type of magic. Sort of like Mr. Terwin's familiar over there, but a bit more advanced. It was essentially
I mean, you would be more
creating.
advanced than him.
Thank you.
I don't know anything about
Yes.
magic is above.
It essentially created a new essence inside the book. Gave it a life.
You can create life.
Just in this case, it's a technique passed through my order, I guess you could call it. Well, it was a cult. I guess you could call it an order, though.
Did you do it again?
Yes, but only if something happened to Grim.
Oh.
Let's not.
No.
I mean, I guess it's still cool.
Yeah, she looks like really perturbed when she mentions
Yeah,
like if something happened to Grim.
I can create things.
These Ghost Adventures, thank you so much for the
Like
raid.
what?
Welcome, everybody.
I made this.
How was your stream?
She holds up her satchel.
Ah,
Oh. It's very well made.
that is a useful skill.
I don't remember
Cosmic Camel.
where I learned it, but
Pardon if I have
But
to
you
jump back
remember
into
the skill
IC and
itself.
whatnot, but here, allow me to.
That's what's really
set up.
important.
Yeah.
yes, I guess.
Someday you'll remember it, I'm sure.
Too.
Can also make things. I can also make things, but
You can see. If
Westcott
anything,
can make rulers.
he also has a whole bunch of what are they? 10 stoppered bottles filled with colored liquid.
That's suspicious.
I mean, it's not as
Holy shit, that's a lot of people.
Camel, thank you so much. Thank you so much
Delayed
for the sub.
reaction.
Please, at the end of the stream, allow me to serenade you, as I do with everyone who subs to me for the first time.
Ezri,
Yes? Yes?
If your book can talk, can it see?
Sort of, yes. At least with me right now, I'm. It takes a bit of work to. I need to focus a bit more, get a bit stronger, and then I could potentially manifest Grim as something that can see a bit better, separate from me, a bit further away.
Like familiar but better?
I'd like to think so. Yes. Which is why I well, Grim is as close to familiar as I'm going to get.
It's way cooler than a cat.
He's my partner. Less than
Can't do
familiar.
either of those things, so.
I can be a cat.
Can be so many things. It's really cool.
Yeah,
it's been really helpful so far, Miss Cyrillus.
Thank you.
You know, I've met a lot of people, but I've never met someone who can just turn into animals before.
Because you never met Cyrillus before.
That is true.
At least we don't think so.
I feel like she's pretty memorable. Come on.
Yeah. I think
true.
I'd
She
remember
is.
meeting her before.
It's
just
a
stares
Like
at her.
Aerosmith,
Cyril's just
Depressing
staring into the
thought.
middle distance.
Really depressing
Oh,
thought.
that's
and I'm
awesome.
not gonna
Welcome.
lose
Good to
that.
see you.
Oh no.
Oh, come on. How much farther do you think we have?
I mean,
How
quite
long have we been?
quite a bit.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is
I mean,
this is our third or fourth day.
Yeah,
so...
you're about 3.5 days in. So you are around here-ish, I'd say. You probably have a good 4-ish days to Nugvarat, and then with good roads, about another 5 or 6, 5.5-ish.
Is this Nugvarat?
Yes.
It's
Yeah,
that one doesn't have a title
Oh,
for some reason.
Yeah.
Let me swap it over.
Just that one spot.
Yeah, right.
So in order to swap it over, I have to like individually select the text.
Ah.
And
Probably
I
just
just
imaginary.
missed that one.
There we go.
Imaginary town.
So this is Nugvarat, and then Rexentrum is 5 to 6 days, depending on road. So you've made good progress. You're a little less than a third of the way there, probably, to Rexentrum. And that's assuming you just like pass pretty much straight through Nugvarat and don't spend any time there. But
That's funny.
So, I mean, maybe a week at most.
Right.
Yes,
Not
I
too bad, I
think.
guess.
oh no, more than a week total. You're about
From where we are
4 days
now?
out, 4 days out from Nugvarat.
Okay.
And then
wow.
another like 5 to 6 from Rexentrum.
Okay.
You're
I
about-
would, if I had realized that we were taking the glory run, I would have bought more food.
All right. I mean, we
Probably
stopped
I can
in-
hunt.
Yeah.
You can always ask.
Well, and I feel like Fleur would know that if we were taking the glory run, like, you know, that there's inns
Probably.
and
Yeah, that's fair.
potentially places to get more food and
But yeah,
stock up,
you
so.
bought the food before you made that decision.
Yeah.
Um,
So if nothing else, we can stop in Nugvarat just to pick up more
Resupply.
food if we need
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, because I feel like it's fair to say Fleur would have thought of that, but then been like, well, we can get more fresh food later on the road. And that is the better option.
I do want to say, just while we're here, I want to just spend some time looking around. And just, does anyone in the tavern look interesting?
Better than us.
That's like aside from us.
Roll me, I guess, well, I'll give you perception or investigation.
That's actually pretty good. I'll make an investigation. 23.
All right. So you take a few minutes and focus on the people around you. It's mostly humans, halflings, some gnomes. Though since you turned a little bit north, away from the drought road towards the towards closer to Jorhas, so you could head towards Rexentrum. The gnomes have thinned out a little bit because there's not a whole lot of them traveling that way. A few dwarves. Depends on what you mean by interesting.
No turtles on speed.
Yeah.
I have a very broad definition of interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so there's a
Unusual.
group
Not
of
normal.
Danger.
There's a few groups of like what look like righteous brand at a couple tables. They're probably not super interesting to you, other than maybe stay away from them as much as possible.
Yeah. Like interesting compositions of groups, or like soldiers or people who look like they could potentially be shady or dangerous, or like I said, very broad.
Yeah. So the righteous brands are interesting in the sense of probably stay away from them as much as possible. But beyond that, they're not that exciting. Like you sort of expect them on a major road around here, or at least Fleur and Westcott would probably expect them on a major road around here.
Westcott definitely tries to avoid them, but
it's mostly humans, which is a bit of a interesting switch from Pupperduke, which was mostly gnomes. But you do see one group that's dwarves and well, that's a little bit odd with a dwarf. There's one soul dragonborn in a group of dwarves. That's a bit weird. Otherwise, it's the sort of makeup you'd expect around this part of the empire. Mostly humans, a few elves, a few dwarves, handful of halflings, handful of gnomes. Nothing super exciting. It's really just that one dragonborn that's like, didn't expect that.
I don't see anyone that I feel like I should avoid, do I?
Other than
You
the
personally?
Righteous brand,
past acquaintances.
other than the righteous
As we get
brand, you
closer
don't
to the Empire.
recognize, but you do recognize as righteous brand.
Okay.
That is a very Westcott question.
Yeah.
Yep.
As we
There's
get closer.
a couple of humans that look like really vaguely familiar, but no one that strikes you as, oh, I've played a con on them.
Or something.
Humans
Yeah.
all
Or
come
like,
from the same
ooh, that's an
anyway.
angry X. I need to. Like someone
There's a few that look like they might be family of people you've seen or met or interacted with, but none of them jump out at you as, oh boy. But the ones that look somewhat like a familiar enough to be like vaguely recognizable as, you can't really connect with you can't really like tell who they remind you of, but you're
Probably
maybe
still
like keeping your head a little bit lower when they look your way just to avoid them, just to be safe, because you never know.
It's fair.
Scoot the chair a little bit away.
But you have a good dinner, and you have rooms. So unless you want to do anything else, you have a very nice, quiet night.
Sleep.
Yes.
And you wake up in the morning. The inn serves breakfast. It's not quite as hearty as what you got in Hupperduke. You suspect because Hupperduke is really trying to counteract hangovers.
It probably tastes better.
Yeah.
I mean, the Hupperduke food was pretty good. The coffee was weird, unless you asked for the not weird coffee. But the food
espresso boba.
itself was really hearty and kind of nice. At least if you like that sort of like greasy diner soak up alcohol food.
Fantasy Denny's.
Yes, Fantasy Denny's.
I don't know. I like Fantasy Waffle House.
The Waffle House,
And
yeah.
That is also good, yeah.
We all agree, not International House of Pancakes.
Not IHOP, which is also a weird religious group called the International House of Prayer. Moving on. Weird things I have in my brain.
The more you know.
No, they're really a weird, like, they do prophecy. It's a strange thing. Anyway, you have a decent breakfast. Probably some pancakes, but also some nice bacon, some sausages. Sterling, if you ask, they bring you out more of those baked apples that they served for dessert, along with pancakes if you want them. So you can make some like nice apple topped pancakes.
Rolled apples up in pancakes.
Yeah, like sort of
Weird
like
crepe.
crepes, only really weird crepes.
Crepes.
Really blobby crepes.
Yeah. But they're good. Like, they're tasty.
Yeah.
So you can't complain too much. And you go and hitch the horses to the wagon and start your 4th full day of travel. And if someone wants to, well, here's a question: how is everyone feeling?
So great.
I mean, I am getting tired.
Okay, so let's do a little bit more and then call it a night.
Yeah.
Unless Beth
I
wants
mean,
to crash.
like, you guys are fine. I'm like, I feel bad because I'm like, we have so many people watching, and I'm like, and it's honestly going well. And
Well,
so yeah,
let's
if I
go
have
for
to
a little
crash,
bit.
you guys are welcome to keep playing. I don't want to make people.
Let's go a little bit and then revisit in a little bit.
It's like I know
so-
my energy is low because of running on 5 hours of sleep.
No, that's the thing. It's like, so let's roll. Someone else roll me
We
a
need to find
D10.
you a furbolg.
Yeah.
I'll roll. 10.
All
or
right.
0.
So most of your day
Exactly.
is very quiet.
Thank you, Kitty Wamp. Kitty Wamp, Kitty Wamp.
You know, the
Hopefully
usual
one
group.
of those is correct. I'm not sure which.
Nothing exciting.
First one or second.
As you start looking for a place to camp, you
Yes, we try to respect everybody's
notice
limits.
what looks to be the remains of maybe a circus. By the side of the road, there's what looks like an old fire pit. Still almost smoldering, except that's weird. Like, this doesn't look like there were people here that recently for there still to be ashes smoldering in the fire pit.
I want to hop over and take a look.
There are some scraps of colorful
Mhm.
tents.
Investigate.
A few
I'm gonna
tent
go fuck
frames.
around.
Curiosity is peak.
All right. Roll me an investigation check. Anyone who is investigating.
Sterling's nosy.
10.
I mean,
I
yeah.
did not roll good.
26.
Oh
Just
no, we're
sheen.
just gonna say no. Flora is
30,
like
20?
fire.
19.
I don't know.
17.
All right.
Flora knows
so,
nothing.
Cyrillus, Westcott, and Sterling, who I assume that's a 29 out of 290.
Tailwind sees everything.
So Terwin, Cyrillus, Westcott, and Sterling, because Esri rolled a 26. This is weird. Like, yeah, this looks like a really old site that once held a circus. I mean, maybe it, but you're not quite sure. Like, it's not like they packed up and left. Esri, as you look around, it's almost like you sort of zone in on specific things, and you wonder, did this circus burn down? There's still some scraps of fabric, but as you look at specific ones, there's some singed edges. There's some tent frames that are almost fabric free, and you're not quite sure why they're still standing. Clearly they weren't packed up. There's the fire pit in the middle that is still smoldering, but there's no evidence of anyone having been here recently. It's strange. And you're
Once
not
we
quite
get
sure what to do with
done
it.
investigating, I'm gonna use control flames to make sure that the fire dies out completely.
I actually was specifically, even though I rolled shitty, specifically poking around the fire pit.
Okay. Yeah, you're not quite sure what's going on, Guild. It
Right,
looks
actually
like
poking at it with a sword.
I feel like the circus is apparently burned down somehow. This is no laughing matter. Yeah, CSI Wildemount.
You do think, Esri, that it burned down probably a while back. You're not quite sure. Like it wasn't like it burned down today. It burned down some time ago.
Catty-wampa. Catty-wampa?
But it's still smoldering.
But yeah, the fire pit, which Guild is now poking at,
I don't know how to pronounce
is
Catty-wampa.
still
Catty-wamp,
someone
I
else.
think?
smoldering.
Someone's been using it.
But there's no evidence of people having been here recently.
Is
Like
there
you don't spot any new tracks.
Does this track with anything I would know about creatures from my class or my favored enemy?
What is your?
I have to double check because I don't use this much.
Yeah, no, so you can. That's why I asked.
Yeah, 1 second. Okay. You have advantage on wisdom checks to track fey, fiends, or undead, as well as on intelligence checks to recall information about them. And then I have favored enemy of monstrosities.
Okay.
Same thing.
Roll me a.
Is it wamp or womp? Is that's the only
Insight
thing I'm
check
messed up
with
on. I think I know Catty.
Okay.
Is it like an ah
Okay,
sound
that's pretty good.
or an ah
22.
sound?
All right. So based on what everyone else has told you, because you've been sort of poking at this fire and you're not really finding a whole lot. But Esri's been talking, Westcott's been talking. Like you've gotten some information about this site from Cyrillus and Fleur and Westcott and Esri.
I mean, Fleur saw it. And
yeah, Terwin, I think was. The
I
other
rolled
one.
terribly.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I got a dirty 20.
Yeah. So Terwin, Cyrillus, Westcott, and Esri. You're getting some undead vibes, which is sort of a weird phrase, but you don't see anything that obviously points to undead. But this sort of it's got like ghost town, ghost circus, ghost.
This feels like ghosts.
What? If he said that out loud.
I did, yeah.
Ghosts.
Undead, but
Guild, you get a sense that maybe unless you want to encounter some undead, not the best place to set up camp.
I shouldn't stay around here too long.
I agree.
Okay.
This is a fly trap.
Catty-wamp. Okay, got it.
I still want to use
Catty-wampa.
control flames to make sure that the fire is put out completely.
Okay. You, at least for the time being, put out that fire, Cyrillus.
As long as it's completely out before we leave.
Yeah.
I don't
As
care if it
far
comes
as
back later.
you know, it is out.
Yep.
Can Sterling see any ghosts? Roll me a perception check, I guess.
Oh, because astral
Locate
thing.
the ghosts.
Oh.
God. I do not know his stats well enough to not have to read my sheet.
No, that's fine. I feel that.
Still look at Bella's
Perception,
sheet.
yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Dirty 20 then.
Yeah, I still look at Warrior's sheet all the time. So once Guilds mentions ghosts, you start looking around for, well, ghosts. Because you know ghosts. Ghosts are a thing you run into. Like, this is normal Sterling shit.
See, normal is relative.
I'm the wrong kind of cleric.
Relative.
you don't see any ghosts right now. But once Guild mentions it, you do sort of get a sense of, okay, yeah, there are probably ghosts here. Maybe they come out at night. And it's not quite night yet. You were looking for a place to camp. So you could stick around and see if ghosts show up later. But that might not be, like, you've encountered some ghosts that aren't too bad, right? Like you like talking to your ghosts. They're friendly.
They have
At
refreshing
least to you.
booze.
But you've also heard of ghosts that are less friendly.
This
Casper,
is
the
Casper
less
the military
friendly
ghost.
ghost. Yeah.
And
Hey.
you're not sure, given how this is set up, that this isn't, as one of you said, basically a fly trap.
Yeah.
I'm so curious, though.
Yeah, curiosity's nice until it stabs you in the back.
Curiosity
Yes,
killed
done
the,
that yet.
should not
curiosity
stay
killed the
here.
centaur.
Yep.
Oh God.
We should keep moving.
You guys are
Agreed.
boring.
Should we?
No, we are smart.
Should we leave it
What
here
if
for
I
someone else
stayed
though?
and I just caught up?
I don't think this is the kind of thing that we just get rid of.
Who said anything about getting rid of something?
Esri,
Just worried about people not
I
understanding.
mean, I'm not
Can
sure.
we leave a
that-
note? I can leave a note.
Leave a note.
You can leave a note. Falls out.
I'm pretty
Because I'm
sure
not
that the
sure we
ghosts
can
are
do
going
that.
to get rid of your note,
This
but by
circus
all
is
means,
hella
you can
haunted.
try. You can
Stay
try.
away.
Just big on any of the
No.
large canopies or tent pieces that are left, just like don't enter dead inside.
I'm
Beware
dead
of
inside.
ghosts.
Beware of ghosts.
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly write on various scraps of tent, beware of ghost and stay away. And
Yeah. This is a trap. Don't.
Is there any sign of like the
Hi, creature. Hi, squid.
front of the of where this place was, of where there would be like a where they would do tickets or an admissions area or box or something like that?
I very much appreciate it. Thank you for the
so
raid.
you rolled a 20 investigation, right?
Yeah.
We're putting up beware of ghost signs.
So you look around a bit. There's nothing super
Dikalama.
obvious, but
Dikalama.
based on, proximity to the road
I donate some beer for
and
money if you would like.
what you know about
I wish I
like,
could give it to
carnivals
everybody
and
easily, but
circuses, especially traveling ones.
thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Holy
You
shit!
suspect that there was
I will be
probably
happy to
like
have some
a
wine.
barker drawing people in,
Right.
and then
I try to put
beyond
like money
them,
towards like character art
some
for these
staff
people and
doing
whatnot.
like admissions and fees.
So thank you very much. I very much
And so you
appreciate
do
it.
locate a spot that looks
Love
like
you
there might have
too.
been some sort of like table or counter.
Mhm.
There's not really much
Thank you also
remains
very
of it,
much.
but you do.
I'm glad the
There's like
session was great. That's awesome.
like a frame, just like a rectangular frame
Heart, yeah.
left, not enough for a tent, but just literally like for what looks like maybe a banner and a few scattered tatters of something hanging from it that you would think might be where they would handle that.
Okay. I'm gonna find some piece of wood, like basically whatever might stand in for something that's just not the ground.
Okay.
And I'll just leave a stack of 7 silver, one for each of us.
Okay.
Also,
mutter a couple of
I don't want to interrupt you guys hearing this.
phrases in halfling
Allow me to
over
just
them
introduce myself while I do that.
before walking back to the wagon and climbing inside. And
all right.
let's not sleep here.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
I'm so
I
tired.
am in
Absolutely.
complete agreement.
Player me is like, yes! I want to flex these
Oh, I
cleric
know.
muscles, but also Westcott wants nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I want to fight
Sterling
something.
That seems to be
Like,
how it
like
is in
player
our
muscles.
campaigns.
Westcott has a
Huh?
wisdom modifier of 1.
This is
What
how it is in
cleric?
our campaigns. Like the players are like, yeah, let's do this. The characters
this.
are like, fuck no. Get the
Why
fuck
would
out.
we
No,
do
Elias
that?
would also be like,
Except for
yeah, let's
Aiden.
do this.
Except Aiden.
Yeah,
Except
Aiden's
Aiden.
like, yeah.
He's like,
Oh,
okay,
that's
let's
the thing,
go,
like,
baby.
Let's go.
even now, Elias is still all about this, it's like, yeah, this is...
Elias is like, okay, undead. That I can handle.
Let's
do
Let's
this.
go.
Got this. I got
Yeah,
this.
I got this.
Everything else, nope.
So
Except I'll
you
fight your family.
pile-
That sort of thing.
So you head back to the wagons, unless Sterling really.
To be entirely honest, I think Sterling might actually stay and wait.
Oh no!
He's like, I can catch up.
If Sterling's showing
Sterling's
signs of
staying.
waiting, Cyrillus
Sterling, come
will basically just go and take his hand and be like, Mr. Sterling, I think we should go.
It's the
What
cutest
if
thing.
they're nice?
Like, I should go. And just shepherd.
All right, I guess.
So you make your way away after Terwin leaves. Admission fees, I suppose.
I
And
would actually,
Parties for the circus, go.
after joining Terwin back at the wagon, superstition.
Oh gosh, no. You never want to be on the bad side of carnival folk,
That is good
Okay.
advice.
whether they're alive or dead. If we paid a visit to their carnival, then it's only fair that we pay admission.
It's a very smart thing, actually.
Yeah.
So
cannot argue with that
superstition,
logic.
but
I
it
feel like I
works
want
for
to
me.
insight check him.
Yeah, I'm like, what?
Like, well, why
Fleur
is
is
he
just like,
saying
oh, that
this?
makes sense.
yeah, I mean, roll insight if you want. I mean,
Like, who hurt you? What trapeze artist hurt you, Terwin?
Well, it's more like Cyrillus. Cyrillus thinks Terwin is like super fake most of the time, so just trying
Yeah.
to see if she can tell if he's being
you have
not
the wrong
fake in
As
this
someone who
moment.
knows characters that have been
Super
dealing with
fake
like
appetite.
killer clowns in a
Natural 20.
sideshow, I get it.
Yeah,
Or in a circus, but
this is absolutely a raw moment of honesty, and there is no fake, there's no story, there's no anything. He's speaking very much from the heart.
Rose is like, damn, I want to
Plus one
catch him.
reputation.
Cyrillus approves. Plus one.
Terwin gets a bonus point.
You know, you're still like minus 20 in the hole.
Right.
we'll get there eventually.
So you, after Cyrillus manages to lead Sterling out of the carnival,
He's 100% pouting for the next day.
Sterling is quite pouty, and a pouty centaur is an interesting sight.
It's okay. You can have drugs tomorrow and make it better.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did Mr. Sterling take some of his drugs? He seems a
Take
bit
one of
sad.
the zoomies. One of the zombie drugs.
I could catch up so fast.
But you do make your way far enough away that you feel like, okay, we're away from that creepy
Sunday drugs.
circus
Like
undead.
Got centaur zoomy
adventure.
drugs.
And you make camp. And in the night, in the distance, who takes watch? Second watch is what I want to know.
Take
Super darkness
Westcott
walk.
and
Yeah.
Guild.
Sure,
Sure.
You raised your hand first,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, that's fine.
that works.
Westcott
Yeah,
and
what
Guild
are those
takes...
two doing up in the middle of the night?
I wonder.
Taking watch.
Taking watch.
Is that what they're calling it now?
Far off
Look,
in the
we just
distance,
encountered a weird ghost carnival. Yes, I'm staying up. And...
in the middle of the night,
We could die by
you
ghost
do
at any moment.
hear on the wind what sounds like carnival music. And briefly, come see the
Clutching at noon drop.
amazing. But you can't make enough words out to really know what's being said. It
Can I
sounds like that carnival is happening?
Can I see?
Paid
Are we?
admission, guys.
Can we
Yeah.
see anything
Yeah.
in the distance? Any
Yeah,
lights or
any
anything?
lights,
Especially if I
Uh,
climb up on the wagon.
Roll me a perception check.
This is gonna be great.
I mean, I'll also give it a shot.
It's a 12,
I'll guidance myself.
which is decent for me.
This is fine.
Wait, what is this that we're?
Well, that's a
You-
natural 20.
Are we all here?
Most of you
So-
are asleep. This is the middle of the night.
Okay.
That would be a 24.
That's what I thought. I was just making sure.
With my guidance, that makes it a 24.
This is the middle of second watch, so it's late. Guild, you hear the sound, but not much else. Westcott, you peer off into the distance, and it's mostly hidden. There's some trees in the way. It's dark, but as you stare off towards where the carnival was, you see some lights and you hear laughter. And there are some shadows moving. But beyond that, too far away. You camped far enough away after being weirded out by that you can't see much more.
I'm gonna throw some extra firewood on. Just brighten the camp up a bit.
I won't do ghosts.
Yeah, I've heard bad things.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't want to stick around. I think for the
That's
best.
sad, actually. If you think about it.
Yeah. Is it more sad for them or for the people that they're luring in?
Be stuck like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, maybe for their sakes I want to go along and drive them off one of these days, but I'm glad it wasn't us.
Yeah.
For a while, the sounds fade, the lights fade, and it's quiet. It's almost after the sounds of the circus off in the distance, it's almost feels too quiet. But
nope, this is worse.
But as you sit in the silence, you realize that no, this is normal night. It's just that there was way more noise than is normal a few moments ago. And it ended. And that's weird.
I think I'm gonna be sleeping for the next ever.
That sounds like a spectacularly bad choice, but honestly, yeah.
Yeah. Gonna keep thinking.
I sit up. I haven't been sleeping. So I'm just kind of like sitting up out of my bedroll. It's probably for the best. If you can manage to get to sleep, I can take last watch before morning.
I mean, I'm not against trying.
Yeah. Do you have some experience with carnivals?
So, you know, all those stories of kids who grew up sheltered and in stuffy lives run away to go join the carnival.
Yeah.
I grew up in a carnival and ran away looking for a stuffy life.
To join a carnival, but
Well, that explains some things.
Didn't much like life on the road.
And here you are,
yeah.
back on the road.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure there's an inn not too far ahead.
Yeah,
But it
I
was
would welcome an in tonight after that.
it was a life chasing after coin, never knowing quite when your next meal would be. Avoiding
there?
entanglements with the law. But you can
Been
take
there
the kid
too?
out of the carnival, but you can't take the carnival out of the kid, apparently.
There's anything entirely wrong with that, but
As long as I avoid, you know, the Crown's Guard and
I
various
mean, I think
Starostas.
we're all on that same.
I
I
don't
find
know what you're
myself in
talking
good
about. I am
company.
an exemplary citizen.
Are you?
Thanks so
Are
much
you
for Lord,
really?
Lord Dunctionary's D&D.
I didn't
gonna-
say I was
Y'all
a
are the
citizen of
bestest.
Vampire,
I'm
did
glad
I?
your stream went well.
Fleur just like winces in her sleep
all-
and it
get all
has
the
one of
food
those
and
like,
all
I
the rest
feel
you
like
need.
people are talking about me. Just wait till we get home.
Yes.
I hope we don't run into Crown's Guard.
Yeah.
I'm gonna brew some tea and pour in some of the Furball energy drink because I don't think I'm gonna get any sleep tonight.
All right. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I will
If
attempt
Westcott
sleep.
and Guild go to sleep,
Attempt
Terwin,
to sleep.
you can use a dose of your Furbolg energy drink and take final watch and still be relatively fresh in the morning. I mean, you're tired and it was a stressful night, but you don't have any levels of exhaustion from staying awake.
Guild has some fucking weird dreams.
Sure.
I feel like everyone probably has some fucking weird dreams. But yeah, Guild and Westcott in particular, since Terwin didn't sleep and Guild and Westcott heard all of that.
Westcott saw some of it.
Yeah, you have dreams of strange carnivals filled with ghosts and that's ghost carnivals. Not the thing I really wanted to encounter in my life.
No.
Regular carnivals can be weird, but fine. Ghost carnivals, no.
No.
Just no.
But you do get your sleep. And the sun comes up. There is no more creepy carnival music. And you get on your way.
Don't mention it to anyone that was asleep. at
Yeah. Nope.
Okay.
Probably a good idea. Very upset.
Sterlington goes back.
Leaves.
Sterling takes off.
Right.
All right. Does anyone want to roll? Go ahead.
I was just saying, I've got an unseen servant up in the morning.
Hey, Daniel.
That's
Welcome back. How's it going?
helping break camp, brew some sort of stimulant for anyone who wants something in the morning.
I'll take it. I don't care what it is.
It's just a basic tea.
Just strong.
If it's tea, I'll have it.
Yeah, I forgot to grab a stock of the
Fleur
Papa
drinks
Duke Sludge.
tea.
That'd be right. That'd be great.
Fleur likes tea, yes.
I slept like shit. I
Yeah.
need 3 glasses of that.
Yes, please.
Was this a rough night?
Just trouble sleeping.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Circus.
You were afraid of the dark.
Yeah.
The
The dark. No.
Are you afraid the dark theme starts?
Yeah. I'm just not a fan of ghosts.
Of what?
Yeah. The sooner we break camp and get away from here, I think the better this day is going to get.
Why the
Well,
hurry?
no ghost carnivals ahead, so wherever we go from here is going to be an
Yep.
improvement.
I concur.
Ghost carnivals?
Yeah. Yesterday?
That whole creepy
Remember
thing that we pulled you out of?
Creepy thing we walked past.
Yeah, you
We put up beware of ghost signs all over it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't actually see any ghosts. So I don't know what the hurry is.
There were ghosts.
There were
Definite ghost vibes.
Just
Nobody
There was a fire, but it felt cold.
How does fire feel cold?
That is somehow
That's why it
just
was weird.
vastly
Ghost
unsettling
fire.
coming from you, Cyrillus, and even for you.
Yeah.
Let's leave.
Yeah, if even
go.
Cyrillus is saying it was not,
We need to go.
When even Cyrillus doesn't like a thing, you know it's fucking weird.
Yeah.
Onwards to
If he's creeped
Lexington,
out,
then.
she's creeped out.
If he creeped out, then
All right.
Not much
So you
scale
get on the
for
road
them.
despite Sterling's desire to go back to the ghost carnival. And,
Back to the Ghost Carnival sounds like an epic name for an album.
Yeah.
Definitely like a good metal album. I think.
Yeah.
And if someone wants to roll me a d10.
7.
7.
Another journey to the west. No.
They come running back the other direction.
Headed to the east this time, I
Well,
see.
no,
I mean,
at this
technically,
point-
if
at
they
this
come
point,
back
they'd be
from
heading
behind us and
mostly
past
north.
us, they're still heading west.
True.
It's
You
true.
just keep going past in the same direction.
But no, it is probably good for your sanity. A very quiet day on the road. You actually don't see as many people as you've seen before. Now that you've moved a little bit further from the intersection that leads between Hupperduke and Grimgolier, and are heading north towards Nugvarat, there's a little bit less traffic on the roads. But you do make good progress. It's a nice day, and there are no more ghost carnivals as far as you are aware. And that is the end of your 5.5 day. Because you did a half day first.
That's true.
All right.
And you're getting closer to Nugvarat. You think you maybe have 3-ish more days at this point, maybe? And you have another good night's sleep. This time, luckily, without the memory of that weird carnival a day behind you, it's probably a little easier to find rest for Terwin in particular. But for all of you, other than maybe Sterling, who's just kind of disappointed.
Sterling wanted to go play at the carnival.
Yeah.
Sterling wanted ghosts.
Always wants ghosts.
Ghosts and cotton candy.
And you wake and can roll me another d10.
Who hasn't rolled
He
yet?
hasn't gone yet.
I guess I haven't.
I don't think Ezra has, yeah.
Yep. D10. 2.
2. So you're traveling along and it's like mid-morning. And all of a sudden, ahead of you...
It's the Ghost Carnival.
No, it's not the Ghost Carnival.
It's back.
Forward to the Ghost Carnival is the second
Almost
album.
nowhere, though, as like you think about it, you realize, okay, no, they were probably hiding in like those in the bushes that are at the side of the road. A very small goblin hops into the road. They're wearing old tattered clothes, and that looks like a cape? No, wait, that's not a... Those might be old curtains as a cape. And they say, if you wish to pass, you must give me tribute.
Or what?
Adorable.
Or you can't pass.
Can I look around and see if there's any more goblins?
Yeah.
Like with my eagle eye?
Perception?
Yep.
By tribute, do
I'm
you
looking as
mean?
well.
I'm just entertained
that's
by
not
this
as good.
goblin.
Fleur is just like,
17.
you want us to give you something? Is that
You
all?
don't see any other goblins as far as you can tell.
Ezra's gonna yawn a bit, flip out her scroll
So-
that she made, and cast whole person on it.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Well, you said he's wearing a bed curtain. It looks like,
Like
or
a
something?
like a window hanging curtain.
Gently
Yeah, okay.
lacy wafting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Gently
basically.
lazy
So-
wafting curtains.
Fleur's just looking at him and just. So if we give you something, we can pass. Yes.
As Fleur says this, Esri casts hold person,
And the scroll just
Does the
goes blank.
goblin say?
and
Yeah.
that is a question. Yes.
Yeah. I think the goblin gets a save.
What is your save?
Wisdom 16.
No, the goblin fails,
Just like, we can keep going.
and the goblin just like freezes.
Does it seem to be definitively a goblin? Just is it what it seems to be?
It's
Are
definitely
you gonna, like,
humanoid.
now that it's frozen, are like you gonna go like poke at it and
I'll go look.
investigate? Or
It
are
only
you
has a
gonna-
minute.
Okay.
Yeah. I was
I
like,
mean, Fleur.
I'll
So
look.
when it freezes, Fleur will just say, "Oh, good, that makes it easier." And Fleur will take pink ribbons from her little pouch, and she's gonna go and tie a big pink bow to go with this lacy curtain that it's wearing.
Okay.
It now has a big pink bow like around its neck, and
All right,
and she'll just say,
investigation.
"There, now you
failed.
look better. Now you look cute."
16.
As far as you can tell, yeah, it's a goblin. It's just a random ass goblin in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Just now wearing a bow.
That's now wearing a
Yep.
lacy window curtain that it
And
was
a
wearing
pink
before
bow.
as a cape, and also a big pink
So now its lacy curtain cape is tied with a big pink bow.
bow.
That's a toll. Let's go.
That's
Yeah,
kind of
and
adorable.
You
Yeah.
continue on.
I'll pat
past
it on the head and then keep walking.
You're the prettiest gnome of them all, or not gnome, goblin.
Okay.
You're gonna gaslight the goblin into thinking it's a gnome.
Please tell me she actually says no.
Yes. You know, it wants to be. We'll just say.
If
Who
Fleur
knows if
is
it was
doing
an
this,
insult
then
or a
Cyrilus will,
compliment.
Cyrilus will pick a big blade of grass and tuck it behind its ear.
Oh, there you go.
Keep walking. Just do a little smile and keep walking.
the poor goblin looks like very affronted when Fleur says the prettiest gnome of all, but it's still frozen. So you guys just continue on unimpeded, and your horse and wagon have probably better movement speed than this one tiny goblin. So right before the spell fades, you are fairly far away, and the goblin you suspect is probably very irritated.
She goes and takes a nap in the back of the cart,
Bow, you don't know.
Adorable.
clutching her book.
That's honestly very cute.
You know, the last creature that we sort of harassed didn't end up very well.
That was not our
That was
fault.
yeah.
It only
No,
lasts a
but
minute.
hopefully the puppy
just-
can get him.
Look, if he's jumping out in front of every cart he sees, someone sooner or later is going to take his head off. He can at least be pretty until then.
He's not very smart.
No, he's really
Clearly.
not.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. I'm just saying. You know, if he gets himself killed, it's not our problem.
Probably not long for this world.
And as the day continues, it's quiet. Nothing else of particular note happens. Though every now and then one of you sort of chuckles at the thought of a goblin.
A gnome.
A
gnome.
A noblin.
a goblin that is quite irritated at being called a gnome, wearing
I know
a
what I
lacy
said.
curtain and a pink bow and a single blade of grass.
I like to think that it's going to keep the bow.
But
It's
as
better.
You okay there, Mr. Zani?
as night starts to close in, you actually do see lights in the distance, and as you get closer, there is indeed another inn. A stop on the way.
Food, real bed.
Narrows eyes, make sure it's not a ghost in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one's
Perception,
corporeal, right?
I guess.
I'm watching behind to
30-20.
see if the goblin is tailing us.
Perception for guild.
I'm terrible at this. Oh, where did that even... That's a 2.
Esri, it looks like a real inn.
Should be alright then.
And
It's not a
And-
ghost or imaginary canary.
Or a gnome or a goblin.
in fact, it has
What's
a
it called?
sign hanging outside the inn that says the Wild Rose.
I don't think it's a rose either. I think it's another metaphor. Or
It looks pretty tame.
But it is in the wild. Trust
Guild
me, it is not a garden rose.
You don't see a goblin tailing you. At one point, you see something moving, and you think it might be the goblin, but no, that's just a rabbit.
I was just gonna say it's a bunny.
And you think about it, you're like, well, we're moving at the speed we are, and the goblin probably can't move that fast. So even if it was following us, it's probably a ways behind us by now. And it didn't seem that smart, so it might not even realize that we'd continue along the road. Dumb goblins.
Yeah.
Not the best.
Guild actually just says that loud.
Trackers.
Dumb goblins.
Stunning fashion sense, though.
Yeah.
Yes, very.
I mean, I can't argue with that.
But for 1 gold, you can get another 2 rooms, some food, and lodging for the animals. And I guess Sterling and Cyrillus.
Yeah.
The
Stabling the druid.
The
Yeah.
stable hands are a little confused about Sterling and Cyrillus wanting to stay with the animals, but they just sort of
I mean,
shrug.
Sterling kind of makes sense. Sterling doesn't really
Hey,
fit in a normal
what are you
bed, I
trying
would
to
think.
say?
You don't
Horse
fit in a
legs in
bed.
people bed.
Have you seen me try though?
No, but that would be
No, but
That would
yeah,
be
actually, I kind
hilarious.
of want to see that now.
You're welcome to share a room. We got room.
I might bring
We
the
could
bed.
get another room.
I think I'm too heavy.
All right.
We just
Also,
hear
I
a
should.
crunch in the middle of the night. And it's
I can find you a
And
futon.
then you're
Finally
paying
gives out.
for a bed.
Oh gosh.
but it's actually a fairly, once you go inside, it's actually a fairly boisterous tavern. So, wild, boisterous. I mean, it's not like what you'd call, it's not Hupperduke wild, but there's music.
Good.
There's a space where there are no tables on the floor for dancing. Looks like people are here having a good time. You're not that far out of Nogvarat. Westcott and Fleur, you would know you're probably maybe at this point only like a day's journey out of Nogvarat. So this is probably like a fairly major stopping place. And so for a little bit extra, you could get drinks, you could have a good time, but even without that, there's serviceable food, some entertainment, and warm beds.
What do you want, Kitty?
And given that it is almost 1 a.m.
Yep.
And
yep, I'm feeling it.
I was just gonna say, I'm probably
your
gonna
next
hop
day.
I'm tired. It's not
Aside
even
from
10.
Westcott will probably ask if anyone wants to dance, if there's a dedicated dance space.
Your next day
I'm
will
going
bring you
watch
to
this because
Nugvarat.
that sounds amazing.
I am going to say that other than any RP that any of you want to do this evening in the inn, we're going to call it. I will obviously, and you're obviously welcome to RP a bit more, but we're not going to do any more.
Gonna say I
progress.
need to bounce off.
Yeah,
this
I need to
afternoon.
bounce.
I'm starting to
I
feel pretty
am very
tired too, which
Yeah.
is part of why I'm calling
I'm very
it.
awake.
Not even 10,
I'm
and my
awake
eyes
but
are
tired,
watering.
which is the worst.
Yeah.
Chat. Thank you so much, everybody who joined us tonight. Thank you
Yes.
for all the raids. Holy
Thanks for
shit, there were so
joining
many
us.
raids
Yes.
tonight.
Holy
Thank
cow,
you
there were
very,
so
very,
many
very,
people.
very much. We very much appreciate it.
So many people.
Sorry you
people.
didn't get to see the ghost carnival that everyone just noped out.
It's what
I
we
wanted to
do.
see it. Westcott did not.
Also, Caddy Womp, Cosmic Camel, are you both still there? Please let me serenade you after, because for subbing for the first time. Thank you.
If Cyrillus had not asked him to leave, he would have stayed.
That's why I did.
We have to go on a side quest to rescue our centaur.
This is Egan all over again. You realize that? This is just an exact repeat of low-level Hegan. I can take the whole tavern of bandits by myself.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
he almost did.
Yeah.
There was a lot of times tonight Sterling sounded like one of our other party members in our other party, who is level 17, 18, whatever level we are in that party now, and still has about that much common sense some days.
Fair enough. Okay.
But
No, I mean,
just to be...
I totally understand, guys, that players wanted to see Ghost Carnival.
Yeah.
Characters did not.
Guild knows and
wanted
I don't think Guild has ever encountered ghosts, but has heard enough stories to say, I don't think I want any part of that.
Was curious, but then everyone was noping out.
Undead is just unnatural, so you know.
I want a combat.
Like, what if they're lonely?
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Yep, we'll get there, and then Fleur will kill everything.
Yes.
Well, and
Fleur will do the stabs.
I don't think Westcott
Sterling will
knows
trap them in a
he
corner
can
with his
handle, he doesn't know about his turn undead and stuff yet. So he doesn't know he's actually equipped to deal with ghosts.
Amazing.
Oh, goody.
Aha.
Our cleric that doesn't know he's a cleric.
Yep.
Looks like we're on for main game the rest of the month, though.
I would say we should definitely maybe take 1 week off, just because I've sort of found that every week is a rough schedule for me to keep
That's
up
what
with.
we're doing in my other game.
I missed this
we
game
do 3 weeks, so then we take a week off.
Yeah, no, I like
as excited as I am to get back to other game, I am also very excited to get back to this game. So
I feel like this game is starting to pick up speed a little bit more.
I'm perfectly happy to alternate.
Now that we're starting, the characters are actually having time to get to know one another.
Yeah. Also, can I say, just for funsies, I rolled a performance check because I said, Westcott would ask if anyone wants to dance. I got a 23, so
nice.
Dancing Cyrillus might be
Westcott
interested.
is showing off.
Yeah.
Guild is watching,
Very
and
good.
As we would
may or
get
may
winded
not be
after like
tiring a
5
little bit.
measures.
Yeah.
I'm sure Fleur knows how to dance, but I'm pretty sure she only knows like ballroom dancing. So
Not what
Just
Westcott is
Sterling
doing.
just does
not what
dressage
Westcott is
time.
doing.
Cosmic Camel,
Sterling just does
Catty
dressage.
Womp, are you around still at all? Otherwise, I will absolutely serenade you next time you're around. I don't wanna
Apparently,
I don't wanna do it when you're not there.
Because I was like, wait. I have to echo this to make sure that everyone else sees the camera.
Guild has not had enough to drink to attempt to dance, but has probably had
Sterling
enough
just
to
does the
be
Orisa
staring
dance.
at Westcott's ass.
There you go.
Yep.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Yay, good.
Also, I'm
Okay.
glad that we discovered that Terran has a head of disguise because it occurred to me we're going back to Rexentrum. Westcott, you're gonna want to wear that hat like the whole time. Because if my family finds out that you're still hanging around,
Oh, it's not just it's not just Fleur's family. I'm sure
I
there's
know it's not just, but
multiple
like
people he's trying to
I was
avoid
just
in
like,
Western
oh, huh.
Let me jump really quick because you all are both amazing. And hold on. So this is my friend River. Allow me to sing you the song of my people, and by my people I mean the amazing people who sub to me. Thank you for joining the lockbox. I call it that because that is where I put everything that's precious to me. So allow me a moment. Hey, Cattywomp and Cosmic Camel. The truth is, I don't need validation, but it's a nice thing to have on occasion. So thank you for that special ovation in the form of monetary donation. That's what I call a sub in this melodic narration. Hope you enjoy my set of cutesy illustrations, emotes. So please take my lyrical elation. Thank you, friends. You're fucking awesome, and I hope you find $20 on the ground. Thank you all so very much. Hold on, let me switch back over so Rust and Gunpowder can be shameless. Okay,
Yeah.
you can be shameless now, Kristen. Sorry, I was doing the.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I just was being shameless in chat.
You can be shameless on this actual stream.
I sell stickers. Go look at them. They're in the chat.
They're very pretty.
They look like this.
That's your. Which one is that? That's your.
That was Hunter.
That's your Hunter one. Yeah, D&D subclasses.
Assassin. And to give you guys an idea, like they're big. They're chunky. I'm being
Chunky
shameless
sticker
because we have a
boys.
lot of people. Chunky sticker boys.
Yes. Oh, they're so pretty. I need to.
Oh, very good stickers.
You need to make cleric domains so I can start getting
I'm
them.
working on them. Hold on. I will. Did I show you light domain, Bess?
No.
I finished light domain. Hold on.
Ooh.
Um,
Getting Chinese.
I'm working on a trickery. So I do these in black. I haven't color flipped it yet, but this is light domain.
Ooh. That's
John
pretty.
Jude needs that.
I am working on trickery. I want to reshape this mask a little bit, but
Ooh, I like it though.
Nice.
yeah.
Let me know when you get knowledge.
I'm
That's what my cleric.
I'm working on what to do
I have
for
one of those
knowledge.
too.
Yeah.
I have so many clerics. Really.
Yeah, but they're very different clerics.
So many
Kristen
clerics.
is so good at arts. So good. Give her all the monies.
Yes.
Oh.
Also,
Oh,
if you're fans of Critical Role,
Yeah.
like she does these
Oh, hey!
Yeah.
Yeah, I have
like little
my
chibi
Those are
stickers.
mine.
sketchbook is
Yeah.
I
not
also
within
do
arm's reach, but
some of these are I used some of these, but I also have
Yeah.
Final Fantasy ones.
I have Final Fantasy ones on my.
I just make a lot of stickers, guys. I'm just like I'm actually working on another Final Fantasy one right now.
Oh,
I think it's going to be I think
boy.
I'm going to make it a very, very large sticker when it's done. Big boy.
Ooh.
Nice.
I don't know what it is. But
It's
it's pretty.
Alphino from Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah, that's what I don't play Final Fantasy,
He's a
so I was
good
like,
boy.
I don't know, but it's pretty.
A little insufferable when you first meet him, but
Okay. Well, that said,
Aren't
I'm
the best
gonna
characters
close
You guys
stream
give
for
me
tonight.
feelings.
Again, thank you all very, very, very much. We're glad you stopped by for any amount of time tonight and joined in our shenanigans. I guess we'll be back next week. As I will be. I think I will be back. I should be back tomorrow. I'm gonna see if I can do more Higurashi no Nakokoro ni visual novels tomorrow. Otherwise, I have D&D Monday, Wednesday, and Saturdays normally. So I'm going to send you all to the awesome Joel Bowl, who is my guild master in our D&D-esque VR chat roleplay, who is fucking amazing at improv and is working the Purple Lotus tonight, casino. So please send him some love. He is hilarious and very, very good at what he does. There's my recall, and if you're subbed, all the new subs tonight, thank you very much. So until next time, everybody take care of yourselves, take care of each other, stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll see you next time. Bye!
I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be